No warp action. I'm not thinking of doing warp. Well, okay. Right now, I'm not thinking of doing warp. We could, okay, potentially, we could do some warp testing. I might still be tempted to do some warp testing. We could still maybe consider testing it. I do want to do E-Blade preparation today, though. That's priority number 1, I'd say, for right now. Because I need to get that update. They killed Hexblast, so I want to make sure I update it for that reason. Oh, as well as I'd like to... Previously, on the Energy Blade guide, I just did a... This guide really only showcased, like, doing Hexblast, right? It showcased the tri-stack setup. I think this go-around, I want to highlight... I want to highlight the self-cast, and I want to highlight the cast on crit versions, because those are actually very good, and both of those got pretty substantial buffs. So that's what we're going to do today, is maybe set up a self-casts and a cast and crit setup to showcase how those versions work. When am I doing League Start practice? We did an Elementalist run yesterday to Act 5 that felt pretty dang good. But I really need to update this E-Blade guy, because there's a lot. E-Blade got pretty nicely buffed in a few different ways, and the Hexblast got changed, so I want to make sure I can highlight that. Thoughts on Winter Sabos on Inquisitor or Sabo? I would run Inquisitor. I need to look at the self-cast changes, but so like this version of the build, right? Here, this tri-stack version, there's a mine setup with running Hexblast, right? I think it would make sense to do this, but run like Eye of Winter or a different mine skill, because the mine setup still works. It just means your top tier skill got changed. And we need to figure out what that skill we should recommend is, you know? Because the baseline power is still very, very strong. It's just a matter of the skill. The Hexblast skill is no longer an option, right? E-Blade buffed. Not like technically on the patch notes, but I'll give you some examples. Runegraft cooldown is just a direct buff to cast on crit, and E-Blade does cast on crit really well. And another example is Arcane Devotion Righteous Fire. That also works with self-cast, and that's just 25% more cast speed for the self-cast version of the build. And like a lot of self-cast spells got buffed, so there's quite a few different things that got better. Golem POB when? We could just make a Golem POB command. This isn't like a Here, I'll make a Golem POB command. So we have that POB. We have a very scuffed POB. Do not copy. Import, generate, share. I'll make the command for this. And I'll put it in the YouTube chat as well. Or I'll put it in the description of the YouTube live stream so they can see it there if they want it. Commands. We'll call it Golem Men. We'll just say Golem Peaconk. Alright, exclamation point Golem Peaconk will give you that POB. And I'll put it in the...
And my axe.
Put it in the description of the YouTube stream. So it should be there now in the YouTube stream. Yo, it's Yellow. Appreciate the sub, man. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the RF video. I'm glad you like Grumpy Toast. It was a lot of effort, but we got it all together finally. It took some time. It took some time. Sanctum's dead? Oh, do we know what they did to Sanctum? And my axe, yo, Devlin, appreciate the sub. Thanks for paying the regret orbs. I think I've settled on my hand-in version of Volcanic Fissure. It's going to be either Tri-Stack Hyro with a Scepter with increased spell damage per int and flat damage per strength on Crown, or Strength Stack Jug with the same thing, minus spell damage per int. I'm not letting the Fub Gooners ruin my good times. Yeah, don't let them stop you, Aloezy. Just cause he's trying to copy you, just cause Fub Gooner's trying to copy your thunder, don't let him stop you. Thanks for taking the time to update the E-Blade guide. Yeah, I think it'll be worth it, because it's actually... E-Blade came out looking pretty good after this patch. Okay, first thing I want to look at is the self-cast skills, to see if there's any notable things that are getting objectively stronger, because I am a little bit curious about that. Where are the skill balance? It's here. Okay, it's here. I just want to go through looking at some of the self-cast skills to see if there's any obvious stuff we should be investigating. I'm gonna go shield charge, ignite, Sabu, Hillahoy. Good luck, man. Hopefully that turns out well. Hex Blast 07, yeah, Hex Blast got wrecked. Blade Blast of unloading. I don't really want to think about Blade Blast stuff. I feel like that's some Saboteur stuff. That might be decent for all I know, but I don't want to think about it too much. Greatsword Laceration, Blade Flurry, Vortex of the Scythe, Sacrifice. Nope, 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 Blight, nope, nope, nope. I played G-Blade Inquisitor, it was so good. It got me through all the content and bosses. Glad you liked it. Yeah, right now we're working on updating that build guide. The Hex Blast got just nuked, so I want to make sure to update that to give it a counter option for the tri-stack angle. And I also want to do some updates for self-cast stuff. We might even... I think I might even, because they're nerfing Sanctum, I think we might take the time to do a mapping specific setup. I think we should figure that out as well. I think that'd be a good thing to do. Figure out a setup that works well to go straight into maps. In case, you know, the nerfs to Sanctum are severe. That way people have another way to league start the build and still feel good. Is it only me lagging? Hopefully. Anyone else think the stream's lagging for them? Now working on Peacock Elementalist. I'm gonna do that next. I want to do this first because it's the one I'm not gonna do practice runs on. I'm just trying to update the guide. And then we'll start working more on the Elementalist Peacock. Also, we need to know what they're changing with the tree for the self-cast stuff. Because that'll affect kind of my final decision whether or not I'm full committing to the Peacock or I'm gonna do something else. Stream seems good. Okay. Essence Drain. Divine Ire. Hold on, let me look at this real quick. Divine Ire. Are you getting a big upgrade? Not significantly. I think realistically Incinerate Venting is just going to be better than those options. Well, we'll get the tree update soon. When do we normally get them? Usually it's a couple days before, but I mean, we'll see how late they want to like go up to the whistle towards until they give us the final post on stuff. Eye of Winter, Finality, and Transience. Are either of these better than normal Eye of Winter? Because Eye of Winter Mines is definitely one of the options for us. 0.8 cast time, 8 projectiles, gaining damage, 2 proj. I think as far as I know, Eye of Winter is just better than the alternate versions. I want to see the Scarab change. I want to know if Titanic's dead. Yeah, we're going to find out soon enough. Okay, no regular Eye of Winter. The alternate versions are getting some buffs. I'm not sure those buffs are going to be enough to make them better than regular Eye of Winter. Don't really think so. Why are they waiting till the last minute? Because they want time to continue to add stuff before the patch. They want to give us as much updated content as possible, and there's some stuff that they just don't have done yet. That would be my guess. Ooh, Celerity. Celerity got a Giga cast time buff. It got a slight mana increase, but that doesn't matter. This would be really good for self-cast build, maybe. As the base radius, and now it also is 220 up to 260. Whoa, hold on. Flame Blast Celerity was already pretty good. How does that compare? This skill's a lot of fun. I wonder how that compares to Incinerate Venting. Oh, they made the cast time slower. Okay. Wait a minute now. I thought I read this backwards. I thought the cast time got faster and it got damage buff. Got weighed by the Arcane Surge cast time. The Arcane Surge stuff is pretty nice for sure, and so is Arcane Devotion. Assuming they won't nerf Sangam, do you think Penance Brand is still going to be viable for League Start? Penance Brand Dissipation? I didn't see any nerf to Penance Brand Dissipation, so I think it'll be probably still one of the best options. Meteors got buffed slightly to 410%. Solid. Again, that's very good. This seems like it's a decent buff. This is probably not better than Incinerate Venting though. So let's see. So 3 stages. And it goes up to 260 now. Which means we get 8.8. And it's just 100% effectiveness, right? And it's a 0.3 cast time. So it's 3 stages now. So it's almost 1,000% effectiveness. It's definitely still worse than Venting. Venting's like twice as good as that. But 1,000% effectiveness is pretty good. Okay, what else do we got? That is potentially a skill we can use. Have I looked at Arrow's Golem build? I have not, no. I have not. But Glacial Cascade's a good time. I think that's one of Arrow's favorite skills. So if somebody's gonna make a good Glacial Cascade build, he'd be probably the one you call, because he plays Glacial Cascade a lot. So he knows that skill very well about how you get the additional hits and stuff out of it. Are there any Sanctum news yet? No, not that I have seen. Not that I am aware of. Base crit chance, slightly better effectiveness. Galvanic Field of Intensity. Hex Blast got killed. Hex Blast of Havoc has better percent effectiveness now. Golemancer is now a Necromancer with Primordial Flesh of Flame. Probably so. Is it bad that I'm tempted to do a Hexblast Trapper for the CDR and the extra usage? How much did the damage get upgraded? Now has 150% more damage with hits if the enemy is hexed. I don't know. I think that sounds pretty cooked. 2-second cooldown and the damage didn't go up that much. I think that's a bit cooked, Theros. Holy Flame Totem can now target farther away. Okay, cool. Holy Flame Totem does more projectile speed. Now gives increased conk ground effect. Sure. Don't know about that. Not sure about that. A lot of the skills that got sizable buffs were like channeling skills, which don't really matter for the mind skills. We haven't seen too many non-channeling skills that matter for her mind setup. Wouldn't be a reason to do Hexblast over Seismic or Lightning Spire? Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Did Sign not get any of the new stuff? I would assume that is the case. They did not update Sign with the changes to the other Ascendancies. That's what I got out of it. Scorching Ray got us nice buff. Doesn't need quality and now gets extra minus res. Cool. Scourge Arrow, Shield Crush, Siphoning Trap, Soul Rend. Yeah, it's basically just dot skills and channeling skills. Stormburst just got better. Cool. Golems are better. Yeah, it's mostly just channel skills and dot skills, pretty much exclusively. So I think with that in mind, we're gonna test out. The hit-based mind skills and just try to compare based on what's available. Can you suggest a war build? I think you could run it with Elementalist. I think that would be the play. Elementalist and then steal a node from Occultist is probably what I would do. War, I think you really need AoE, and Scion has AoE or Elementalist has AoE in droves. Stormburst just got straight up 20% more damage. Most of the channeling skills got sizably buffed. Like, channeling skills are going to be pretty nice. All right, let's just yoink this tree. I think this character that I have is literally exactly from this tree. So I'm just going to yoink it. And hopefully this is correct. Trust the dark arts of old Lance that I set up a proper POB. Okay. Old Iron Will. Split personalities in here. Hey, I tried out Icicle Mine of Fanning just in place of Conjuring and it works fine. Playing around with projectile stuff. Did you like it more? Did you like it more than current Or how did it compare in your mind compared to Hexblast? Is E-Blade hardcore viable? I would not run a core scanning elixir build in hardcore ever. So I would not play this build in hardcore. If you're going to play E-Blade in hardcore, it needs to be some sort of CI or low life needs to be solved some other way than core scanning elixir. That is my 2 cents on the matter. Think Elementals will be S tier next league? I think Elementals will be very good. I think it'll be a very, very good league start, is my perception. What passes do we have? 23. We're missing through Sacred Ground. Hexblast is better, but it's close as a projectile stuff on the medium clusters. It might get better. Okay. You did anybody work on RF level Peacock Elementalist? Yep, we'll be doing more of that. I figured I should do the update to the E-Blade guide first, is what I'm trying to do right now. Now I have that master I haven't grabbed yet. What else am I missing? Isn't Hexblast dead? So Hexblast kills one of the better skills you can use for the Tri-Stack Inquisitor, but that doesn't mean the Tri-Stack Inquisitor isn't still insane, and you could just use a less powerful skill. So that's what we're doing today, is we're testing out different skills. And my axe. Yo, Infinite Ascent. What's going on, man? Okay, what am I missing? I'm missing something somewhere. Oh, I grabbed int and dex. Okay, that's what it is. I was grabbing int and I was grabbing dex. Sure, okay. And then we have one more passive I don't have yet. Cool. You know what's fun about this is I just realized if we're not doing Hexblast, we won't need a Blasphemy Curse, which is kind of neat. Current Call? No, Current Call's good. Current Call is a mind thing specifically. We get an extra aura? Yeah, discipline. Yep. We don't need a power charge. We already crit capped. Holy, this... For how nice this character is. So many things work together, man. This character has such nice synergies. Try Icicle, Blind of Fanning. We'll put it on the list. I want to try Eye of Winter. I want to try... Why am I going over here? Wait, turn on the lights? Yeah, this is dark maps with low life builds. Here, I'll help you out though. I got you, man. We'll do this right there. There's the lights, buddy. The new RF skin looks sick. There's a new one besides Transcendence. Connor's all in on Incinerate Eventing. Incinerate Eventing is gonna be very good. We'll probably showcase that for the self-cast setup for Energy Blade. I want to work on every part. I want to have a self-cast setup to showcase, a cast on crit setup, and a mine setup. This character already has basically the mind setup good to go. We just need to figure out a new skill that will be better than Hex Blast. How to get P-Bod clear? P-Bod clear? P-Bod clear, you either have to run Explode or you run a different skill, I think, is usually the thing. Do mines bypass the cooldown? No. This is why we have to get a new skills, because we need to find one that works. Okay. Extra strength, that's fine. And I need this for the balance, is that why? My balance is fine, we could do this. Alright, cool. That works. Soul Render Reaping? I don't know if I want to do Soul Render Reaping. I'm not sure about that. A lot of ever see you running 83 Sanctum. I think I'll probably prep a setup to showcase for running non-Sanctum, I think. Is the plan.
How's the trade? Got my eye on you.
Alright. So... specific changes we need to make is we don't need Blasphemy Curse. Man, we get Arctic Armor, Flesh and Stone, Tempest, and Grace. And this character gets suppressed the more you min-max it. Oh, that's so nice. What am I anointed on this build? Utmost Swiftness. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Do you think Guardian RF is dead? Nope. It's probably weaker than it was before, but it's probably still a good build. Would be my rough guess. If I was a betting man, that's what I would say. Yeah, we don't really need that armor. Probably rather do this. Would I rather do that? Maybe. Okay. Trying to think if that's the best two stat. Oh, wait, no. We have these two stats. Holy. These nodes are so good. Nice. Shendox, my build loses 40% regen. Yeah, it's... losing the Giga Recovery doesn't... I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. It's a big loss. It is a big loss. I'm not trying to sugarcoat that at all. I'd rather have those starting nodes a little bit. The starting nodes are good. These nodes are really good too. Probably gonna keep these nodes because we don't need the armor from here. Think Sanctum's gonna be 1D on floor 3 and 2 divs only on floor 4. We'll see. They said they were gonna nerf it slightly, but we just don't know. They're gonna tell us, right? He said he was gonna tell us. He said he was gonna tell us, I think. Okay. We have Hex Blast in right now.
Surprise flicker sub.
And
my axe! Yo, Incarnate, I appreciate the flicker sub, man. Okay, I think first one-to-one changes we can do is literally... we'll go +1 Shaper's Touch. We don't need the curse anymore. Or we can go Enfeeble. Let's go Enfeeble, because we have Evasion. We'll go Enfeeble on hit. And we'll go, get 1 Gem Socket back, too. Just go Discipline. Is Discipline the best option for us? Or would Skitterbots be better? We're already Giga Shocking. So Skitterbots probably isn't better. Wrath would be 20% more damage if we could fit it. Wrath would be more damage if we could fit it. Satyrs always drop currency anymore. It drops special currency used for Tusion-like window. Oh no, don't say that. Wrath, yeah, Wrath would be... I mean, Wrath you can run on your Mercenary too. Take out Blasphemy and go Wrath. Well, guys, we need to be able to fit the reservation. We need to be able to fit the reservation. That's the thing, right? And our passives are incredibly valuable. So, specking a reservation node... Arctic Armor and Flesh and Stone are already pretty insane. Do we have Enlighten in the build? We do have Enlighten. Okay, okay. Hold the phone, hold the phone. YouTube isn't on, by the way? Wait, is it really not on? Should be. Yeah, it is. YouTube's on. It's right here. We're fine. Oh, you're making me panic, man. I'm here watching on YouTube. Okay. I was like, no, go. Please don't tell me it's bricked. Attribute Ivory Tower looks so wrong. I mean, I guess we could showcase an 8% defense one.
Login.
And my axe.
Yo, Uber, appreciate the sub, man. Now, this is showcasing a 90% curtain call. You know, technically, realistically speaking... Okay, I figured it out. I figured it out. I think what we do here... Let's see if we get rid of 90% curtain call. Just do a regular curtain call. So we just go more budget, and then we go Wrath instead of Arctic Armor. That might be close to the right reservation amount. Oh, Hexblast Mines was dead? Hexblast as the main skill to use is dead. The build is still insane. We just have to find the next best skill to use. Like the skill was super overtuned, right? I was expecting the Hexblast to get nerfed like for the past 4 or 5 leagues and it just kept not getting nerfed for whatever reason. That doesn't mean there aren't good options to use instead of that, because the build's like scaling and synergy is insane. Curtain call. Okay, let's buy a random 1C curtain call. Shout out to Theros. Those of you who don't know, Theros in chat. He is the reason we have the Giga Chat item known as curtain call. Just get 800% CDR, you should be fine. I don't think that would be enough.
Are you still playing Vorp Goalmancer?
Am I still playing Warb? I'm moving away from the Warb dream, and right now I'm thinking about Peaconk, but I can be convinced to do other things, to do Warb. I really want to see what they're doing with the tree. Another day of Lance ignoring me on YouTube. Oh, Baxeth, I'm not ignoring you on YouTube on purpose. Wait, didn't you ask for mod, Baxeth? Hold on, I made a promise yesterday. Does anyone in YouTube chat have any objections to me giving mod to a Baxeth? Anyone want to raise their hand and say, yep, screw that guy. Okay. You know what's happening is right now, I think YouTube chat might be bricked because I'm not seeing. Oh wait, Sayla's saying yup. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be that much protest. Baxter, you need to chat in the YouTube chat right now, so I can click on your name. Looks like you have some people that are supporting your modship, for better or for worse. Add as a moderator. There you go. There you go. Congrats on your newfound power. Okay, don't abuse it. If anyone in YouTube chat starts letting me know that Abaxith, also known as AGR in YouTube chat, is abusing his power, you let me know, okay? And I'll remove him from the position of authority. A new age of tyranny. He's not gonna do anything bad, right? He's not gonna do anything bad. We should be fine. Alright, so let's see how this works. Feeble Blasphemy gone. I already have freeze immunity elsewhere. I don't have freeze immunity from this, so we're gonna need to get freeze immunity from, That's close. That's close, and I don't have Vitality in the build yet. So we could totally do that. So one of the most expensive items of the whole setup was this reservation helmet. So we get rid of that. We have to swap to Brine King, but that's okay. Tukohama's good. We get Vitality over here. And we could get a little bit more crit chance from, like, Precision. And I think we're kind of just chilling, actually. What is your opinion on Chaos Dot? Blighted Contagions, my favorite. Outside of that, it's gonna be low damage, but it'll probably be pretty fun to play. My general thoughts on Chaos Dot. I definitely have a Vitality Gem in my stash somewhere, but I just really don't want to, like, try to find it. So we're just gonna do this. What skills are you using with mines? We're gonna test skills, guys. We're gonna test skills. That's what we're trying to do right now. Is test some skills for the build. Will you do a YouTube guide first? Yep, that's the plan. I want to update the, I want to update the, Energy Blade guide. I want to update my recommendations on how to do the mine setup. And on top of that, I want to, also showcase how to do cast on crit and self cast, because both those versions are good as well.
What do you need?
Should probably actually put this over here. So I don't have it in the weapon swap. You know when Marcus will be online again? I think he said he was doing vacation or something. And he said the weekend. Is Cassagrit just pretty much going to use lightning? No, not lightning. Lancing, Steel of Sprain, or Cyclone? Yep, those are typically the best cast on crit skills. There's a couple different options you can do besides those, but I think those are just way better than the other options. Lancing, Steel of Sprain, I think, is by far the best. And that's what I'm going to recommend. It's kind of up to you what you want to go for, but typically that is what I would say. All right, so reservation amounts looking good. We don't have any mine cap issues. This is with Hex Blast. We're gonna swap this to Eye of Winter. We're gonna try a few different setups, but we'll start out with Eye of Winter. And now we can go for... Everything's fine there. Cool. I'm gonna miss my preloaded 1.5 billion damage. It'll be okay. There's a lot of other mind skills out there, trust. There's a lot of other mind skills out there. What should we do as our test fights? Do we just do Shapers as our test fights for stuff? Alright, let's get a baseline test. Let's get a baseline test with Hex Blast. No phases? I don't know if I have a lot of other fights that don't have phases, though. Drox, you'd have to run through the whole map. Reap Mines. We could try Reap Mines. Did Reap get hit base buffs, or was it just the dot buffs? Was so many mini boss? Yeah, this one like freezes, which is unfortunate. Reap and saying was only dot buffs. Yeah, we looked through the list and it looked like pretty much all the stuff was dot changes. Or, dude, Hex Blast is such an unfair skill. Hex Blast isn't dead. Hex Blast is pretty dead. It got cooldown nerfs. Right now, I want a baseline of contrast to compare other skills to. So we're running Hex Blast first, and then we're gonna try different skills to compare to this. So we know what we're dealing with.
This is your final warning. You force my hand again, little mouse. So you've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey my order.
You buy Exarchan Eaters if you're looking for punching bags. Ooh, that's a good idea. That's actually a really good idea. That I might have a bunch left over.
Warm nights.
Oh, I just have a bunch just sitting around. Okay. Good call. Good call. Because they do have a lot of phases. All right. Fantastic. So baseline test will be this instead. Much better baseline test. Not a bunch of phased bosses. Let the Shaper fight? Yeah, we're testing things. Chatter just saved us 3 hours. It was a good idea. It was a good idea. All right, start at the 10. We killed them. We started at like 10, 11, and we killed them at like 7 or 8. For context. Perfect roll shield. Leave it on the ground. Alright. Eye of Winter comparison. And to be fair to the test, if we are running... If we were not running... I mean, we could keep Enfeeble just because it's a good tank mod. I'll just keep it for everything just because it is a... Oh, this isn't even Enfeeble. Alright, never mind. I don't feel bad anymore. I'm gonna buy a +1 socket for the enhance. You don't have Blasphemy Aura? For single target, you technically don't need Blasphemy Aura. Okay, so the reason for Blasphemy Aura is so that the first time you hit the enemy, it has a curse on it, because the Blasphemy put the curse on before you hit the enemy. It matters for mapping. For single target, it just means your first hit doesn't have a curse, but then it procs the curse, and then it just does the cycle or whatever, I think. I think you don't need Blasphemy for single target. You need Curse Gloves, though? Yeah, you at least need Curse Gloves for Hex Blast test. That's why we had it. We will find somebody who wants to sell their gloves. What would you level as before swapping to Tri-Stack, Mr. Goodwrench? We're gonna do some testing, and we're gonna see if you can go. I might set up a go to maps E-Blade setup, which you could probably farm with before. That's the thing I want to. That's one of the things we have to do. I think it's doable, but I need to verify it's doable. You maps, yeah. If you have to end up in maps, you just need to know that there's a situation where it works out, right? Alright. That got us a little bit more on E-Blade. And now we'll do another Exarch fight. Oh, you know what I should do? Should have done this before. We're getting to test a little bit, but I need to go get like a leveled Wrath. Alright, there we go. A properly leveled Wrath. Okay, so we're slightly cheating, but it's fine. We still mostly had our initial Hexblast test. What skill are you going for? That's what we're trying to figure out right now. We're testing mind skills currently. Started at 13. Oh my word.
Disintegration, cleansing, incineration.
Okay, I need to redo that. I did not. Hold on, let me do that one more time. Let me do this properly. Man, that was a good hit of drops. What do we get? We got Guardian. We got Scion Guardian, which is one of the good Scion jewels. The thing is, though, Scion jewels, no matter if they're good or not, are all worthless, pretty much. All right, go for the 10-second mark, and then we'll start throwing mines.
Are you ready, my champion?
Annihilation. The fires of 1,000 suns.
That was close. Slightly less. Maybe a 1 second slower kill time. Technically, it would have frozen him if we were doing Hex Blast, right?
How pathetic.
It isn't much lower single target, though. Another jewel. Can I stop using my jewel RNG, please? Can I stop wasting my jewel RNG? I need this for Quest Exarch. Stop. Stop. Oh, and it's Valakos. Oh, why? It's a good one. No. You reckon what? Stop. Have mercy on me. Oh, why is it Valakos? Can't it be garbage? Shouldn't have ID'd it. I can't help myself, Can we get a price check on that jewel? I mean, I don't know what about, let's check standard. Forbidden Flesh Valakos. I don't know about standard if it matters. In standard, it's a 60D jewel in standard, I guess. What's in Settlers? 150 in Settlers? Shut up. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go fill up my water. Why am I dropping that? Lance, you should test freaking Exarch. You know what that guy was thinking? He was thinking, I'm gonna get Lance to lose all of his RNG to a stupid jewel drop. Freaking, what the hell? Earlier, I just remembered something while I was upstairs. So to the guy that was asking about why are you using a level 1 gem? Specifically, it's so that way I don't get soft locked. But now that I'm remembering, I think that's only a Hex Blast thing. Because Hex Blast like needs a target to go off. Whereas I think other mines, they'll just auto detonate, right? Yeah. I might be able to go with a leveled gem on this then. Let's try a level the gem, so we can just get some extra free DPS. Because that's potentially only a Hex Blast thing. Let's go 2020. Frostblink of Wintry Blast needs a target too. Okay, well we can do it on a per skill basis to do the testing. We can do it on a per skill basis. Is Frostblink of Wintry Blast a good mine skill? That might be a decent mine skill actually. That might unironically be a decent mine skill, because you hit twice with that skill, I think. Okay, do this. Do this. Yeah, so that was like 10% more damage. Alright, let's go again. You can test mapping setup as well. Yep, we're doing single target test first. Defiance ends here, hatchling. 9 and 10.
Annihilation.
So it's just slightly lower DPS than Hex Blast was. Slightly lower DPS than Hex Blast was. Still pretty good DPS, right? For the level of gear we have, still very good DPS, because this is what? Astramentus plus Hybrid Stat. Hybrid Stat does get more expensive, or has been in a lot of these private leagues we've been playing. The real expensive stuff is the Hybrid, Brandis Pack, Unnatural splits. The base gear we have is pretty trash. It's pretty much just those, isn't it? Yeah. We have like 4 expensive jewels, and then everything else on my character is complete garbage. Just a Balbala, that'll be like 1 to 2D. And then some 3-stat jewels. Yeah, it's literally just... Dude, this character's so strong on such weak gear. Icicle Mine of Fanning. Alright, let's test that one too. Icicle Mine of Fanning. Specifically Fanning. Is it... Do I care about quality on this? 50 divines? Excuse me. These standard prices are insane. Coming back to PoE, never felt more excited. Hell yeah, Soggy. Hopefully it goes well. Hopefully got a good plan you're pumped for. WDYT about Champ Fortify. I don't know what you mean by WDYT. I don't know acronyms, but Champ Fortify is good. This works with Fury Valve. Icicle Mine of Fanning does. I don't think we can go Fury Valve. Astromentus is pretty important for Tri-Stack, unless I want to rebalance my attributes a bit more. Quality adds 2 extra projectiles, so we need it. Okay, I guess we're paying 15 divines now. 15 divines to test the skill gem. You know, if somebody ever asks me, hey Lance, I want to get into playing standard, how do I build up my currency? I'm gonna unironically tell them lab farm. This is so whack, man. I'm gonna unironically tell them, hey, any random little garbage gem just list it for 10 divines and somebody's gonna be forced to buy it from you because there's nobody else doing lab and everybody in standard's rich. They could just afford to pay some stupid price just to test the jewel. Do you think SST champ's a good choice for a starter? I don't know about a starter, but I do want to do an SST champ as my second build. I want to do the new SST skill. We'll do that for our second character. Trade only happens once every 11 months. Yeah, that's a good point. There's probably some wait time between selling it. All right, so Icicle Mine. If we do Mine skill, we no longer do high impact. What do I change out if I'm not doing high impact? What support do I change out if I'm not doing high impact? Let's think. We're not doing Lightning Pen because we have Inquisitor Pen. We don't want to do LE Focus because it bricks. Hypo? Hypo might be correct. Hypo might be correct. I think if there's any other obvious ones that work for us. Life Tap is 20. Hypo we can do with a cold skill. If we don't have a cold skill, we can't. Technically, you could do something like Chain, I guess, for mapping. How does this thing work? Throws a mine that fires periodically at enemies when detonated. These mines quickly dissipate after they travel before disappearing. Interesting. Fires 5 times. Has some increased crit chance that doesn't matter. Projectile return. Could it be like Pierce? Maybe Pierce makes sense. How do you guys feel about Pierce? Does that sound silly? Fixed. We fixed the chest piece. Blanc it? I don't know if I have any Blancs sitting around. I have enough to do this, though. Pierce for clear and Hypo for bosses. The thing is, Hypo isn't that much difference. Is what I'm thinking. That's what my brain's thinking, at least. Like, Hypo's 29 and Pierce is like, what, 19? I'd rather just not swap gems. Never punished? That was pretty crazy, right? How we just hit the 8% defense. Yeah, Pierce is 20% more damage. I think the answer is just literally just Pierce. Keep draining your RNG. Yeah, it's not a good look, is it? It's not a good look. What's the skill? We're trying Icicle Mine of Fanning right now. So, Eye of Winter was like an 8-second kill time. Hexblast was maybe a little bit faster, but had freeze. EB build Ancestor League. I'm not looking at POBs right now. Right now we're just testing out different mind skills. Okay, this is just less cost. Okay, cool.
Your absurd
defiance
ends here, hatchling.
Are you ready, my champion?
Annihilation. The fires of 1,000 suns.
That's definitely lower damage
You do not have the strength.
than
That may be,
Eye of Winter is.
I am not alone.
How pathetic.
Unless there's something specifically I forgot about. Arc? We'll try some other skills. Arc's not gonna be too competitive with a single target, I don't think. But we can do it just for the fun of it.
The fires of 1,000 suns.
Now technically, okay. I'm remembering now I could totally do Sniper's Mark. We have that option with projectile skills, which will help out our Eye of Winter damage, right? And any other projectile skill we use, we can use that in builds.
Annihilation. The hatchling.
Until the hour arrives to challenge me for this realm.
Point blank sport. I think point blank's attack only, isn't it? Attack only, yeah. Point blank's attack only. CDR for detonate mines. Yep, we have it qualityed up. And there's no CDR for it. It's limited by throw speed, right? How do you feel about Spellslinger Guardian for the new league? Sounds a bit cooked, but maybe it'd be fun. Okay, let's test Frostblink of Wintry Blast. Do I have that just laying around? Please tell me that's one I have just laying around. Oh, thank goodness I have it just laying around. We don't have any good way to chill though, so this one maybe doesn't really make sense. Because this one has, what does it get from chill? 19% more damage per chill? Can Stormborn's Mind work? No channeled skills for mines. You gotta make him a Blunderbore build? I'm not planning on it. Skitterbots. Yeah, we could run Skitterbots. Ooh, so Skitterbots would get us like a 20% chill. Okay, we gotta do Skitterbots. Oh no. Alright. If we're gonna run Skitterbots, hold. Wait a minute. If we're gonna run Skitterbots, then we're back to Arctic Armor. Okay, then we're back to Arctic Armor. Hold on. Skitterbots. Doesn't really remember. Does it level matter for Skitterbots, like at all? It matters a little bit. We'll get a leveled one. Well, it's baiting again. If the damage is very good, we'll come up with a better solution. If the damage is good, we'll come up with a better solution. Listed 3 years ago, he might respond. Okay. He's online now and he wants to sell us the jewel. Think about it. Still can't believe I got Valakos. Like, what is that? Why am I getting Valakos? Is Static Strike viable as a league starter? Most skills are quote-unquote viable as a league starter. The more questionable thing is it a good league starter? Like, how competitive is it with other things? Ultimately, you could play whatever you want to play, and it'll work out, I think, generally speaking. You have a Skitterbots? TY. Alright, Skitterbots. We need to do unbound ailments. I have one of those leveled, right? Ooh, awakened unbound. Sure. Freaking we'll do it for the test. Alright. Blue. It's gonna drive me crazy. He's changing these socket colors. I really should just get Omen of Blanking. Okay. No unbound ailments for now. Oh, no, I'm doing it. It's gonna drive me crazy. Do I have a blocking? Like, remove only tabs somewhere. Why am I not doing this in PoB? Because I prefer doing practical tests over PoB. There's a lot of times when you can make something in PoB, but how it actually performs in game is quite different. One of the, like, I'll give you an example. This is a more uncommon thing, but certain things could just be outright bugged. Something could say, hey, this is how much damage it deals, and then you could tell yourself, oh, this is very good. Look at my PoB number, and then you go to play it, and you find out, oh, wait, the skill's literally just bugged. It doesn't work at all, and it doesn't actually deal any damage. Like, you could do something like that, so. There's always, like, a risk. If you just PoB it, you don't actually do a real game test, that your thing that looks like it's good might just actually suck. Happens all the time. People overinflate their numbers because they assume they get certain buffs they don't actually have. Something's bugged. The skill doesn't work how they think they do it. Their math is incorrect. Like, a good example is I just tested Eye of Winter on Exarch. Eye of Winter to get an appropriate DPS, even if I wanted to just quote-unquote only put it into PoB, I would have to go back and test it in game to figure out how many hits on average I get, right? So if I'm already going to be logging into doing like a poison hit count test or something, I might as well just do the real test because I have this character already set up. Dude, I don't even know, man. Okay, I'm just going to stop. Breathe in and out. Faustus does not exist in standard. Oh, this will be the last league where if I do a league start test, I can't just go instantly buy things. Currency exchange, you don't know how much I wish I could do that. How long does it take a Replica Covenant to pop up on trade? I mean, they exist in Heist at a semi-regular basis. I feel like I found one maybe once every 200 wings, once every 150 wings. Whether or not that's how common they actually are, or just I got lucky or I got unlucky, I don't know. I'm doing an AG of Smiting Guardian, and I don't know how to configure it in PoV. It's okay. I don't think anyone would know how to configure that in PoV. Please. Please, I'm begging you. One of you sell me your things. Please. I don't want to just have to keep re-swapping sockets every freaking... Those fortified gloves look like they're going to be expensive. Those fortified gloves are going to be expensive. Those fortified gloves didn't have a very popular use case. And even with that, I think they still traded or... I think they still had a considerable value where I could sell decent divine versions of them for like 1D. So I think with this league, with everybody's talking about them that's talking about champion, every champion is going to want those gloves. It's a high drop. Well, it's like a 20, it's like 25% drop rate, but look at it this way. It's a niche on niche item that very few people use into, it is arguably one of the most powerful ascendancies, and it's part of an archetype attack-based builds which are currently kind of the meta. Its use rate is going to be a bit disgusting. I think those gloves, my bet is they're going to be 5 to 10D for a bad roll. That's what I think. That's what I think they're going to be. I think they're going to be 5 to 10D for a bad roll. What do you guys think? That's what my money's on. 5 to 10D for a bad roll. Which gloves? Celestial Brace. Where's this put us at? 1,000 left over. Let's try this. All right, there we go. So now we got a gem socket back, and we have no enlighten in the build. No reservation. We'll try this. Thanks, Andy B. How'd Icicle Mine do? Icicle Mine was just worse than Eye of Winter, I would say. Eye of Winter, I think, is purely just a better skill. That's my initial thought process. Okay, right now we're about to try. So Frostblink of Wintry Blast needs to be de-leveled. We might need to de-level our Vitality as well. Okay, let's see how this looks. We need to de-level our Vitality. Frostblink Mines, that's possible? Correct. It's one of the potential options we have. Let's try that. How does that feel? Alright, there we go. So that does not have an issue. Let's see how Frostblink Mines does.
Your absurd defiance ends here.
How's Eye of Winter Mine map clear? Not as good as Hexblast, but I think it's probably gonna be okay. We're gonna do map clear testing in a little bit.
Annihilation. Incineration.
So right now what I'm thinking is
Thousand suns.
we don't have AoE for this. I don't think we're getting a double hit.
You do not have the strength. Hatch.
But I think even if we doubled that current damage, I think I'd still probably prefer Eye of Winter. Because in order to get AoE, I'd have to lose investment elsewhere. AoE double the damage, yeah, AoE would double the damage, but you have to remember it's forcing us into skitterbots. So it's forcing us into a more awkward reservation situation than Eye of Winter. And we'd have to go invest nodes into AoE. I'm not a believer in the Frostblink here. Because even if you double that damage, I don't think that's good damage. I am not convinced. Got rid of the Wrath. Do no Enlighten for now, just because it makes it cheaper. I'm glad Chelsea's gonna get to start League Star RF with AoE and regen. Dude, that Elementalist RF start's gonna be so sick. It's gonna be disgusting. Use Return. You want me to use Return on Eye of Winter? Isn't Return Proj getting nerfed? I'm not saying I can't use it, but is it not getting nerfed? And Return Proj on Eye of Winter doesn't really work. Unless you have Giga Proj speed, right? Returning projectiles. Now as projectile sports from deal 70 to 66% less. Previously it was 61. Yeah, Return Proj doesn't even work with Eye of Winter. Yeah, you need the Proj speed. We're not getting that Proj speed, guys. That's not happening. Unless there's some node that says Proj speed per attribute. We're not getting that Proj speed. Are you testing something for single target or only clear? We're doing single target tests right now, and we're gonna do clear as well. Young Connor. What are we looking at? What the hell?
This is what I looked like in this video.
Connor playing OSRS? Holy!
That is the person behind the mic conference. I have puberty like 15.
It's RS3? Yeah, that does look like bricked RS. It has this stuff going on, which looks weird. Would have been, maybe it was the first evolution of combat thing they did or something that looks weird. All right. What about ambulance? I'm gonna put to the side. Skitterbot, I'm gonna put to the side. Let's try. Firestorm or meteors. Just out of curiosity. Would this be decent? Does Firestorm or meteors have level scaling with it? Some skills have level scaling. It does have level scaling, so you kind of need the levels. Going to 400%. Yep. Hold on for the kill. We're gonna do purple Firestorm because it looks cool. Yeah, baby. Rip eyes. What are you talking about? This is beneficial. This is pure beneficial, right? Oops. Mistakes were made. All right. Let's give it a chance at a proper kill. That looked definitely better than Frostblink of garbage. That did look better than Frostblink of garbage.
Your absurd
Defiance ends here, hatchling. 7, 8, 9, 10.
annihilation. The fires of 1,000 suns.
Definitely lower damage than Eye of Winter,
Do not have the strength.
just by a little bit. And that is one of the skills getting like a 10% buff. Still weaker than Eye of Winter, considering we can put in Sniper's Mark. Because we have, right now we have no curse. Sniper's Mark is like 40% increased damage taken or something. Does Eye of Winter kill before the phase? Yep. Okay, I will say though, I did stop casting slightly there, and it's because I saw the ground effect going straight towards me. So I tried to sidestep for that. So I did kind of stop casting. Panic? Yeah, that ground effect? Horrifying, man. Horrifying. Try Reap? Ooh, we should try Reap, right? The thing about Reap is I think you need Cascade. You need Cascade for Reap. Do the blood charges work with this? Gain blood charges skill enemies and none of them die. Blood charges work with mines? They might. No? Oh, that's a bummer. Reap does get effectiveness scaling, so we need one that has levels. And we're gonna go ahead and grab a Reap. What's the quality give? Damage per charge. Assuming it works. Let's go 2020. Can you pay the cost? I think so. We'll see. Life cost is pretty high. We might need more unreserved stuff to run this. Don't tell him. My brain is telling me Reap has something awkward going on with the life cost. Because it gets the 20% more per life cost. So we might need quite a bit more unreserved for it. Max of 5 blood charges. So its cost is gonna go up to 90. Go more? Am I missing something? Are you making a guide for Tri-Stack? Yeah, we're gonna update it. Is that spell cascade or not? Does cascade not work with mines? Store spell skills that affect an area around target location. Cannot support Val skills or skills used by totems, traps, or mines. I don't know about that, guys. We'll try it out anyways. Another cringe ivory tower build? I'm updating a guide, I'm not playing the character. I don't know if you know this, but people like it when you update guides for good builds. And this is a good as hell build. But here, let me send you to cringe jail, because you want to use the word cringe over a dude updating a guide. Get the hell out of here, man. Oh no, he's updating a guide! How dare he! Dumbass.
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling.
The appointed time is here. Victory will be ours.
Yeah. Without Cascade, repaint it. Are we even getting blood charges, though? We're not getting blood charges either.
The fires of 1,000 suns. You do not have the strength, hatchling.
That may be, but I am not alone.
How pathetic.
Oh.
I must have time to gather my will.
During no blood charges, no Cascade. Yeah, I mean it's still cooked though. It's still totally cooked. What about Ice Spears? We could test Ice Spear. We need to run GMP with Ice Spear. Ice Spear is 130 plus 2 proj. Add Sniper's Mark if you're gonna do Ice Spear. Oh, we need to add Sniper's Mark regardless for projectile skills. Can we try Glacial Cascade? We can. He only said the truth? Oh, do you think me updating a guide is cringe too, Papega? Here, don't worry, I got you, man. I got you. There, you can go talk to him. This just in. Guide maker updates guide. Oh no! Freaking dumbass. What do you want me to say, man? How dare he do that?
What did you do to simulate the nerfs? Sorry I was late to class.
Simulate the nerfs? Simulate which nerfs? Right now the simulation of Hexblast nerf is clicking a different skill. That's the current nerf to Hexblast, is just click a different skill. Hexblast didn't get nerfed? That's debatable. That's debatable. Who wants to tell him, man? Only Hexblast and Havoc. So you read the patch notes day one when I read the patch notes, but the night of, when you were asleep and I was asleep, they gave it a cooldown. I posted my video about how I was excited about Elementalist, and I think in that video I was like, yeah, they didn't really nerf Hexblast at all, so I guess I'll I was talking about how I was gonna be updating the guide for the E-Blade character, and the mind build was gonna stay the same. How they didn't nerf Hexblast. Lo and behold. Elementalist RF skeleton build, to give us an idea how you would do it. In the description is the POB for how I'm going to do Poisoning Concoction Elementalist, and it has the first like 40 levels of how I would do RF, because I'm going to level as RF. But no, I'm not going to do a RF Elementalist. I played a bunch of RF recently. We did the Ivory Tower strength stack against Connor. I'm ready to play not RF. Peacock Elementalist? Yep. Yep. Hexblast of Havoc, you could swap that. Just because it has the word Hexblast in it, doesn't mean it's anywhere close to comparable. Hexblast is like, what, a 270% effectiveness skill? It's pretty bad for mines. Is Peabod start King? Peabod is definitely usually what you want to do for Sanctum start. That being said, we don't know what they're gonna tell us what they're nerfing with Sanctum. They said they were nerfing it though. As far as we know, right? Okay, Reap ain't it. You guys said Ice Spear was good. What's Ice Spear splitting do? Ice Spear splitting is 330. Modifies the number of projectiles instead apply to the number that splits towards. It sounds like it would be really good clear. Its effectiveness is pretty decent. Let's try it out. What do you think about Blighted Contagion buffs? Am I correct in thinking it's like 44% more damage? That doesn't sound right. I don't remember thinking it was that substantial. But let me check. $704, $837. You can now have up to 6 layers. Let me check how many layers it could have before. Blight of Contagion. 5 layers, now 6. Ooh. I didn't see the 6 layers to change earlier. 6 times, was it 800? 837. That's pretty sizable, actually. 5K versus 700 times 5. Yeah, it is like 40% more damage. No, that's actually a really good Blighted Contagion buff. Blighted Contagion was already like the best Chaos Dot skill. That's actually a lot. I didn't realize it got the extra layer thing. I totally missed that. That's really sick. Blighted Contagion is like my favorite Chaos Dot skill. That's really good. I could totally see running a. I think I would do Hyro if I was starting Blighted Contagion. I would do Hyro. Hyro Ivory Tower would be such a chill start. Giga Cast Speed, Arcane Surge buffs. Why not Aki? Because Hyro's better. I know Aki is like, oh look, Chaos, but trust me, Hyro's better by a lot. You also get cast damage from the Golem. You only get cast damage from the Golem if you yoink the Elementalist nodes. You have to factor that in. You need the like FF Jewel. Or you have to be playing Elementalist. Would you do ED Contagion with Blight? You could add in ED for extra single target, but honestly, the single target of this skill is enough. And I don't really want to add in that many extra button presses. Like, I don't want to be the guy that's like, oh, look, I have dot cap. I just have to use 4 skills and a curse and hit this for exposure to have my damage. I'd rather just walk in, you know, curse at most, and then start blighting. How's the AoE on Blight? AoE on Blight's really good, honestly. Especially if you do Hyro, you get the 100 AoE from Hyro. Can you spell sling? Nope, it's a channeled skill. It's a channeled skill. Alright, let's do a Ice Spear test. 30 life. That should be fine to have socketed, I think. Interesting. It's like slowly fades towards things. How do you not die to chaos damage? Coruscating Elixir.
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling.
Is there a guide on Blighted Contagion, Ivory Tower? I mean, we can make one.
Victory will be ours.
Annihilation. Incineration. The fires
Panicked.
of thousands.
Not like this. I mean, this is okay. I could see how this is gonna be like really good on
That may be, but I am not alone.
clear.
How pathetic.
We'll do the clear test with this for sure, just because it seems like it'll probably be insane for clear. Kind of curious. I want to see it. This is not bad single target either.
Disintegration. Surprises.
Versatile, yeah, it's versatile. Another FF Jewel, Perfect Crime. Okay, that's not like too valuable, right? Perfect Crime is like niche enough. That shouldn't be that valuable. That shouldn't be too valuable, right, guys? Perfect thief, yeah. Blazing salvo. Yep, we can test blazing salvo. Biggest thing is we need to each one of these we have to like go buy. Exsanguinate? We could test Exsanguinate. What's Exsanguinate's hit damage? 270. That'll be similar to what we have right now. That would be just strictly less than the Ice Spear, right? Because we don't get Sniper's Mark anymore. You don't get Sniper's Mark is nice. Because we don't have a lot of good curse options. For E-Blade, can I just... Do I have to do Dex or do I have to go... can I go Strength and Int? For E-Blade, if you're doing Cast on Crit, Self-Cast, just do Strength and Int. If you're doing Mines, then the Tri-Stack makes sense with Curtain Call. That's how I view it. Okay, now we have Normal Ice Spear, which is... Normal Ice Spear is the 130 effect with the big crit multi in the second form with the extra prod. Do you GMP Ice Spear? We GMP it, right? Starts out at 2 base proj. Not for single target? You don't think so? We hate mines. I'm gonna work on a non-mine setup. We're gonna do a self-cast setup and a cast and crit setup. I wanna showcase all 3 versions for people. Elemental's Peaconk? It's on standby right now. It's on standby because we're trying to test out different skills because we're looking for the successor. Okay, guys, we're looking for the successor. Okay, Hexblast is passing down the crown of best mind skill, and we're looking for what do we replace it with. Does Return Proj work with Ice Spear of Splitting? I have no idea how that interacts. Have my fault streamers doing slams so boring? It's crazy, right? Most people just want to do something safe, though, for League Start. That's part of the reason, right? People just want to do something safe. Spellslinger thoughts? I haven't looked at it too much, but Spellslinger could be a good time, potentially.
You're absurd to find.
Okay, this is regular Ice Spear.
Hatchling.
Starting at the 11-second mark.
Disintegration. Cleansing. The fires of 1,000 suns.
Eye of Winter was just better than this.
You do not have the strength, hatchling.
Eye of Winter seems like a good contender. Yep, Eye of Winter's a really good skill. Previously, before Hexblast was a thing, probably one of the first times I did Tri-Stack, not the first time, I think I did Tri-Stack with different versions, but one of the earlier Tri-Stacks I did was Mines, and it was Eye of Winter. I really liked Eye of Winter when I did it previously.
The fires of 1,000 suns.
Return, we can try Return. Do you guys actually think Return will be that good for it? Draw a log here, we'll go grab Return.
Yes.
The only way Return makes sense in my mind is if there's like some some weird additional benefit we're getting.
Be careful.
Took 2 days and you're using Coruscant every turn. Not you too, Void. I expect this from like idiots that have no idea what I'm doing. But not you, man. I'm updating a build guide. You of all should know what that is, right? I.e. not a league start. I.e. not even what I'm gonna play.
Incineration. Is that all you have?
Guess I was too close. I was playing snaking. I can update my snaking guide for axes.
Cleansing. Annihilation. Improbable.
Until the others arrive to challenge me for this realm.
I don't know. I'm not feeling Ice Spear, guys. Also, I'm not sure the return proj is a very good option. Okay. Somebody said we should try Blazing Salvo next. I don't think it even worked. Yeah, it might not have even supported it. Tried Icicle Mine. We could try Icicle Mine. We already tried Icicle Mine of Fanning, and that was just worse than Eye of Winter. That was just worse than Eye of Winter. Frostblink, we tested. I'm not a fan of Frostblink. Up arrow. You try these? Sure, I can try those. Give me 1 second. No matter how many points I get, I'm never gonna afford anything here. Listen, we made some of the things more expensive due to reasons. My guess about Glacial Cascade is it's one of those skills you need AoE for, and we don't have a lot of AoE. Runegraph with Astral. That would be good with, but the thing is you need marks for that. All right, sweet. We'll try these out. Or we do Blazing Salvo, and then we'll do these other ones. Blazing with Sniper's Mark. Should be fine. What's the plan for starting Heist with Sanctum getting nerfed? We don't know, number one, how badly Sanctum's getting nerfed. Oh, I tried out Soul Run of the Spiral, Void. I have not tried out Soul Run of the Spiral. We can try that too. So number one, Sanctum might still be very good. Number two is, I think we're gonna do a setup for a. Wait, you could go straight to maps. Okay, I'm gonna wait for 20 seconds because I just 21.
Annihilation. The fires of 1,000 suns.
This is okay. Probably need more AoE to get consistent overlaps. Eye of Winter, I think, is still just better than this. Remember, Eye of Winter was able to do the boss before phase without Sniper's Mark. It was only slightly weaker than Hex Blast. The snake fork makes Blazing Salvo a bit stupid for like clear, or does it help the single target out significantly? It's only slightly weaker than Hex Blast? Correct. Hex Blast kill time we tested before was about, like, let's say 7 seconds. Eye of Winter was 8 seconds. Without Sniper's Mark, which could make up the difference, right? Because Sniper's Mark gives you 35% increased damage taken. Glacial Cascade. Fissure has the multiple bursts. And this is the one that has the big AoE. I think both, no matter what we do here, Glacial Cascade is just kind of bricked with AoE scaling, I think.
Defiance ends here.
Yeah, we need, this build doesn't get great access to AoE.
Are you ready, my champion?
Annihilation.
Yeah, that's just not it. And that was regular Glacial Cascade. All right, we'll try the burst one. See if that feels any better. Thanks for the testing, no problem.
Incineration. Disintegration. Cleansing.
Fissure's better with no AoE, but I think Glacial Cascade you just need AoE. I think it's the situation.
Hatchling.
That may be, but I am not alone.
How pathetic. Disintegration. Cleansing. Annihilation.
Oh my word. I hate that stupid ground effect so much. It snuck underneath me and turned off my recovery. Will self-casting get stronger? Self-casting is getting a very good buff. We'll be doing a self-cast setup and a cast and crit setup as well. Okay. So, what was the next skill? Soul Run of the Spiral? Void, is that what you wanted me to test? Soul Run of Spiral? I mean, this will be really good clear, but its effectiveness isn't going to be good. Reaping? Reaping will be good damage. Reaping's clear is going to suck though, right? It works. Does it hit more than just twice Void with Soul Rend of Spiral? Multiple times? Alright, we'll try Soul Rend of Spiral. We'll try the Return Proj with it. Does Soul Rend of Spiral have effectiveness change? Based on levels? No, it does not. Okay, so Blazing Salvo, Ice Spear, Glacial Cascade, Ice Spear of Splitting. Splitting was okay. I kinda want to test Splitting with Clear. I have 2 of the gems though. We don't need 2. Cascade doesn't work with mines. Return Proj level 9 actually perfectly simulates the nerf. Am I gonna put a video about this? Yep. We're gonna do an update to the Inquisitor guide, and that update is going to include the new skill to use for mines. It's going to include a self-cast angle, cast and crit angle, and we're gonna maybe work on a setup for early maps instead of Sanctum if Sanctum is bricked. All right. So we're gonna try Return Proj. See how this goes. Actually got a really high life cost. You just need no vitality entirely. Holy eye cancer. Lance, can you make the cam smaller? I can. I'm not going to. You need GMP as well for Spiral? Are you guys just trying to convince me to make it maximum eye cancer? Dude, that return is going to take forever to get there.
Hatchling.
We're going to start shooting him at, let's say, 15.
Annihilation.
No. Nah, man, that is not it. That is not it.
You do not have the strength,
The visuals, man.
That may be, but I am not alone.
Like this is how you just destroy your... Can I get the MTX? I don't have the cat MTX or whatever. Start the ramp early.
The fires of 1,000 suns.
Oh, he's running away. New league out June 13th. Waiting on it.
Oh, yes. Until the others arrive to challenge me for this realm.
All right, Soul Run to Spiral is not it. No, no, sir. No, sir. All right. Do we think we have any other obvious contenders for skills that could compete with Eye of Winter? Right now, the best contender, I think, has been Meteor. GMP is 100% more on... It's not 100% more. You add 4 projectiles, which takes it from 9... Or from 5 to 9, which 80% more projectiles. And then you get 35% less damage or whatever. Bladefall? You think Bladefall will compete? We can't use Cascade. I think Bladefall's out. Arc of Oscillating? What's Arc of Oscillating do? An arc reaches from the caster to the target enemy and chains to other enemies. Each time the arc changes, it will also chain a secondary arc to another enemy. 50% more per each remaining chain. 7 chains. We can test it. What's regular arc give us? 120. How much did arc get increased by in the patch notes? Because they did buff arc. Did they buff arc? Or did I just imagine that? Yeah, I guess they didn't. I thought they gave arc like extra chains or something. I thought they gave arc like extra chains. I guess not. Oh, unfortunate. All right, we'll try the arc of oscillating. We'll try it. Gem levels don't matter too much on this, just a little bit. What do you think would be okay to nerf for Sanctum? And what will kill it? I don't think Sanctum needs a nerf at all. I think if they nerf it, that'll mostly just kill it. It's holding on as this is a good league start mechanic. And if they make it bad, and it's not even a good league start mechanic, then no one even runs it. So, I think Mark started drinking the Kool-Aid from all the people that are pretending it's good value when it's just freaking not. And it's gonna die for it. The OSIN price is gonna go to Jupiter? Yeah. OSIN price is gonna be crazy. Sniper's Mark, we don't really have another good curse. Like, our best curse option is like punishment for a skill like this. Alright, I'm gonna start attacking at 15 seconds.
Annihilation.
It's not terrible.
Incineration.
Come on, come on, come on. Oh. I was like, maybe the DPS will be there. Nope, nope. I want to see the clear on arc. We can show the clear on arc. The damage is decent. Definitely worse than Eye of Winter. Worse than Meteor. But if the clear is God tier, could be justified to play with.
Annihilation.
Until the others arrive to challenge it.
Alright. That on the ground. Is there any other skill we should test, guys? Is there any other skill we should test? Arc is pretty level sensitive due to the chains. Arc of Oscillating, the levels don't change. The chains. Regular arc does. BL of Orbiting. You know, we could do Ball Lightning of Orbiting. That's a good shout. Ball Lightning of Orbiting is solid. What's Ball Lightning? 7 cast speed. Try both Ball Lightnings. Try Lancing Steel of Sprain. You can't put that on a mine. It's not a spell skill either. Lancing Steel of Sprain is when we do cast on crit. That's when you use Lancing Steel of Sprain. Do you do Crackling Lance yet? No, I haven't done Crackling Lance yet. I kind of hate Crackling Lance, though. We got to factor that in. This one, I think we need slower proj for. Try Scourge Arrow the Menace. Mines. This build is a spellcaster mine build. Stop saying it random attack skills unrelated to the build. 12 seconds. Wait. Alright, there we go. And 19 seconds. That's pretty solid. I'm not gonna die this again though.
The fires of 1,000 suns.
So Ball Lightning could be a good clear option.
You do not have the strength
As well. That is just a slightly weaker single target than Eye of Winter.
How pathetic. Incineration. Improbable.
Until the others arrive to challenge me from this realm.
Looks pretty satisfying at least. Yeah. It definitely has the satisfying thing going for it. You try out regular Ball Lightning too, but regular Ball Lightning's kind of lame. Yeah, do we want to try regular Ball Lightning, or do we say screw regular Ball Lightning? Screw it? Alright. Orbiting would be just objectively better, clear-wise. Okay, so our best contenders we have right now Is BL orbiting? Meteor? Eye of Winter? I think I want to put Ice Spear splitting away. I don't really believe in it, to be honest. Arc of Oscillating. Does BV work with mines? I don't know if BV works with mines. You could try Discharge of Misery. The discharge that doesn't have a cooldown. 180 effectiveness? No. Spark? We have no proj speed, guys. Spark's just not going to be good without proj speed. Kinetic Blast? Not a spell. Reap doesn't work with Awakened Cascade. It's pretty not it. Freezing Pulse. Freezing Pulse would probably be okay-ish. I don't know. Ethereal Knives. A lot of the skills that were like are skills that are balanced around their good cast speed. Cascade? Nah, Cascade's not it. Absolution of Inspiring. That's the one that needs like minion damage scaling, right? Does Forbidden Right work? Does it get us around the self-damage? Forbidden Right, you need AoE to get multiple hits, right? I think Forbidden Right's probably a no-go. Because we don't really get AoE on this setup. And without AoE, it's going to be a bad time. 220 skill without AoE, yeah, you get like 2 hits. Even if we get around the self-damage, it has issues, right? Purifying Flame. Let's get Purifying Flame. Purifying Flame has 300% plus a Shockwave. What the hell does a Shockwave do? Does that give you an extra hit? Clear mostly. I mean, 300%'s okay, but I don't think that's beating any of the skills we have right here. Argus Surging Hydrosphere, it has a hit limit. Alright, let's test some maps with these skills. I think these are our top contenders. Let's do Eye of Winter first. Oh, is there a way for me to find my map tabs that have actually like T17s? Ooh, this has T17s. You have slower proj socketed? Yeah, I know. Okay. Would slower proj even be good with Eye of Winter? Definitely couldn't do it for clear though. It would be kind of bricked clear. Okay, so these maps I need is vendor. Put them in the standard stash tab.
Got my eye on you.
Have I tried Hydrosphere? Does Hydrosphere give you like double hits and stuff? I have not tried Hydrosphere. think it'd be kind of limited in damage, though. Good night, Roshiki. All right, you have a good night, man. We'd love to see the self-cast version. We will be working on it. That is the plan. Right now, we're looking at the replacement mind skill first. Can you imagine this build with the new Ascendancy for better reservation? Forbidden Flesh and Flame? Giving you like 2 auras? I wouldn't give you 2 auras. Give you like 1 aura. I don't think it's that crazy. The part where that is good is if you have a build that's reserving both life and ES. Which Guardian does a lot, depending on how you're building your Guardian. Okay, so I think to test these, I just need to make sure I don't have any mods that... We need to do non-tank mods, I think. In order to test this. We're trying to get them on like an equal playing field or whatever. It's kind of hard to do, actually. To find non-tank mods. Randomly don't deal damage. Action speed. Gain ES. It's actually kind of like impossible to find non-tank mods. Possess, reduce crit. Like this one's a non-tank mod, and even it still has kind of a tank mod because this has less AoE. I guess I can test a proj skill with this. Should be fine with a proj skill, right? Do mines count as triggered? In what regards? What's the item that you're asking if it works with? Like technically mines are they have the phrase triggered, but I don't know what you're referring to. Run them blue? You can't scour these maps. Possess can have a tank mod. Feeble's a tank mod. Action speed's a tank mod. I see Lance is branching out his builds. Yes, believe it or not, I'm updating a build guide. But it's okay. You're a little bit too stupid to understand what that means. You're in the cellar, you can get educated on what updating a build guide means. Yeah, I love it. You know what was funny? I updated the Settlers build, updated the E-Blade for Settlers. I wasn't even freaking playing it, I was just updating it. Who was I in? I was in Sushi's stream today, and he literally thought I played Energy Blade. Freaking didn't. Like, what the hell is this? Higher and higher bands? Yeah, maybe I'll start going to permanent. Really, for the really low IQ chatters that don't know what updating a build guide is. When was the last time I played E-Blade? We did the Spectral Throw E-Blade. Before that was like Affliction League start. Yeah, I think it was Affliction League start. So like 2 years ago. League before Settlers? No, it was Affliction. It was when we did the bet against Fubgun. That was Affliction, right? Maybe that was Necro. I don't know, it was a while ago. Remember if you ever say before Sellers is over a year ago? Yeah. I think the other thing that annoys me about this is I'm actually doing different stuff on a regular basis, and you have people just replaying LS on repeat. Why don't they get freaking crap all the time? What the hell is this? What do I want to play right now? Petrification. That's not gonna work. If I want an equal test between these skills, I need to find non-damage mods. Or non-tank mods, I mean. I smack talk every LS and Trickster I see. Chow's playing LS too? Yep. Hear me out, Lightning Strike champion? You think people that haven't gotten enough Lightning Strike, you think you can keep playing it? Lightning Strike nerf was like relatively mild, all things considered. I thought they would have done a little bit more. Didn't they nerfed Frostblaze more than they nerfed Lightning Strike? They nerfed the skill that wasn't even good. It's just some people coping that it was good, but it wasn't even close to competitive with other good skills. And they nerfed it more than LS. It's like, what the hell? Yeah, I got it for no reason. I feel like it's the Catabasis thing reminds me of like Stormbrand and Penance Brand. It's because it was standing like kind of close, and for whatever reason it got hit in the blast radius with a worse nerf. It was like, just by association with the thing that was actually good, it got hit. It was too close to the actual good skill. Catabasis and Splitting Steel got gutted. Else got a slap on the wrist. Okay, well, Splitting Steel actually deserved it. Because Splitting Steel is actually a good skill as well. But... but yeah, Splitting Steel got like, it got absolutely... It got destroyed. Compared to... It probably had the worst hit of the skills that got... Or one of the worst hits. Hexblast was pretty bad. I saw Catabasis annihilate builds, so it's not poor. It was not poor. Seeing a build destroy a boss does not give you the context of how much gear it took to get to that point, right? The gear it takes Catabasis to do what you saw, it takes Lightning Strike less than half the gear. Along with most of the other skills that are good. Reduced Flask, Boss Life. You know, maybe I just shouldn't do T70 maps for the comparative test. I kind of think I have to though, because otherwise the things just die too quick. All right, we'll do this after. We'll do map clear testing on like baseline maps. It's gonna be it's freaking too much effort to try to make them a equal comparison. You can't just freaking wipe. Ubers, well, we need to do map clear testing. I mean, just doing like a Minotaur should be fine, honestly. Get a feel for what they're like in maps. Ooh, estuary map's pretty classy.
Long day.
Ha!
Job never ends.
Okay, well, that's not the maps I want at all. Just They just took my good maps and made them bad maps. Alright, never mind. The search for Minnow continues. Why do I have this many Minotaurs? I do not know.
Hey.
We all know why. It's probably because I was Minnow testing. Minnow testing is just goated. The best arbitrary boss fight test, I feel like. Alright. Get some baseline map testing. Make sure we have mostly the right things socketed. I have winter. The aura's right. Close enough. Lighten out of here. This should be fine. We all agree the best quality of life was the 250 character limit for search. That was one of the better ones. Was it the best one though? I don't know about that. I like Eye of Winter's fine for clear. Not gonna be Legion clear, but for normal like T17s or more basic strategies, this is gonna be fine. Legion probably is gonna require like Arc. Eye Winter Brand? Eye Winter Brand's like a Sabo build.
That stretches the sanity of the mind.
If map mini stash isn't the best quality life improver coming in update, it's definitely up there. I would agree. Map mini stash is better than the regex. I'm down for that statement. All right, slower proj, ball lightning of orbiting.
One of my captors felt no emotion. He did not hesitate.
Heresy?
All he feels is intense.
What makes it heresy? Okay, this is definitely better than Eye of Winter clear. But I don't think this is gonna be. I mean, you could do. Nah, you wouldn't really want to do Legion with this. Could, I guess, if you wanted to. Hey, a ziggurat map. Connor's inventory is still gonna be trash. And it's gonna be even more aggravating to look at. Looking at Connor's inventory now will be even more painful. Looks pretty nice. Yeah, I'd say that's better than Eye of Winter. Not by like an overly large amount though. Eye of Winter's still better single target for sure. Let's try oscillating. See what this is in clear wise. I think oscillating for sure should be the best, right?
One of my captors felt no emotion.
I don't have oscillating MTX, do I? Nah, I don't have an arc MTX.
All he feels is intense, unstoppable agony.
This would probably feel pretty solid on Legion, I would think. Regular might be better clear. Wonder if it improves the damage at all. Oscillating might just be a little bit better damage. You can use either. It doesn't really, I don't think it really matters too much. They'll both work, probably.
This is the key to a crucible.
Damage is definitely weaker. Probably gonna be the weakest of the skills we're gonna test. I think they're all, these are all pretty decent options. Eye of Winter's probably the best single target. Ball Lightning, second or third, probably.
One of my captors felt no emotion. He did not hesitate to inflict pain. All he feels is intense, unstoppable agony.
Ice Spear Splitting. I feel like Ice Spear Splitting has like some weird delay going on with it. It starts out like really slow. We could try it though. It's not like we don't have like a limited number of minnows.
Approach, challenger.
That stretches.
I think this is similar to the Ball Lightning of Orbiting. Eye of Winter's definitely the best. Ball Lightning and Meteors are similar, and Meteor's getting a buff. Oscillating is definitely the lowest, but probably the best clear. Can I try Rolling Magma? Oh, I don't want to try Rolling Magma. Meteor, yeah, Meteor has the delay. That's very true. You have the delay in the hit. Eye of Winter's getting a buff though. Isn't it just the weird versions of Eye of Winter though? Eye of Winter Finality is getting buffed, and Eye of Winter Transit is getting buffed. Aren't these both just worse than regular Eye of Winter? I gotta look at the, let me look closely. 70% effectiveness. Fires the projectiles at the end. I'm pretty sure that's definitely worse. 8 shards. You have to reforge chaos? If you want to elevate percent strength, you do. How much is it? Not for sale, sorry. That's tab public. This is what I get for being have all my Giga Chad gear from previous leagues here. In my public tab. Make that not public. Just flexing? Okay, that's not what it was. Okay, I'll tell you what happened. Here's what happened. At one point, I had ran out of stash space. This was before the Necropolis stash tab apocalypse. I ran out, I basically had filled up all my standard tabs, and one of the places I had open stash space was the sell public tab, and so I started putting stuff in there. Okay. Eventually, okay, Necropolis rolled around and I got some more quad tabs, but those are starting to fill up too. But I guess I have one more, and I have this one too. The Necropolis, yeah, the Necropolis hit the need for quad tabs. We got like 2 or 3 extra quad tabs in Necropolis League. The freaking corpses, man. There's so many corpses. Ran out of space in my garage, so I had to put the Lambos on the side of the road. Something like that, yep. Okay. So, what we have learned here is Winter's probably the right option, but there's other decent options for clear. I do one map with the Eye of Winter and see how it feels. I'm doing like a T17 boss. See if it feels bad or not. Player cannot block, cannot suppress. Ugh. Am I making a tier list? What would I make a tier list of? Builds? Nah, I'm not making a tier list of builds. Holy. What the hell is this? Why does it feel like my character's moving through molasses? It's just the temp chains that makes me feel super slow. Bait. I'm running a map that bricks block and suppress. And gives vulnerability. And gives temp chains and LE weakness. So it bricks my res. And bricks important defensive layers. Okay? It makes the rares Giga Chads too. I was like, put a poll out about orange items. Nobody ever picks up your orange items? What are we talking about? Are we talking about core skating elixir or something? If you're wondering why would somebody not pick up core skating elixir, you can't. And if you're wondering why somebody wouldn't pick up Ivory Tower, it's because it's a really common as hell unique, therefore it's not very valuable. I.e., very cheap, very powerful to build around. Color text? Are they saying like this? People just don't like the orange text. How powerful is the character right now? It can easily do T17, right? Like that's a very quick T17 boss kill. The current investment is mainly the jewels, right? Let me do the non-jewel setup right now. Let's grab cheap jewels. This is double attribute. Let's do non-double attribute. Let's take out all the expensive, because basically all the expense right now on this character is tied to split personalities, unnatural, and Parandus. I think we can drop literally all of that and still be good. I mean, it's like 5D. It's less than 5. Well, okay. It's probably 5D if you take out the jewels because of the 6 link. We probably have to drop this too. Drop the corruption, drop those jewels, and it's probably around 5D. The main cost would be Balbala, 6 link, and Wrathpith at that point. Let's do non-unnatural instinct. Let's do 1 stat jewels. Am I gonna do a P-bot variation? I'm gonna do a self-cast, I'm gonna do a splitting steel, or not splitting steel, cast on crit, Lancey Steel of Spraying. We're gonna do all the variations, so people have options. I think the strongest version will probably be cast on crit, but it could be self-cast. Self-cast is getting a good amount of ball. Did the rip audio? Is something bricked with the audio? Rip audio? What's wrong with the audio, guys? Disappeared? Oh, I might have accidentally muted myself. I think I hit it on accident a little bit ago. That's my bad. How much does this even change our average damage? Like 10%. What's the easiest way to make Penance Brand have good clear? Play a class that has a built-in explode. Or you start doing some weird stuff. Kind of your options. Wait, I think I actually already have a split with just Dex on it. I do. Buy this one too, since I already messes the dude. If you take out the split, it'd be like 2 half ones. I'm just gonna do show 2 1-stat ones. Because 2 1-stat ones is always gonna be way cheaper than a 1 2-stat, and people are gonna be like, well, Lance, you have the 1 2-stat, and blah blah blah. I don't like, you know. It's gonna make it a whole deal. Alright. So we took out the splits. Now let's fix unnatural. And let's fix Horrendous Pact. Which means we just need 3-stat rares. Does Elementalist solve PB clear? Just getting AoE isn't going to solve the PB clear. You need more than that, I would say. 3 years ago? Yeah. We're digging through some guy's stash. Sell me the jewel, please. I'm just trying to showcase that you don't need Pirandas. Am I really gonna go and pay 12D to this guy? Is that where I am right now? 12D? How is that? Dude, standard, man. Oh, I can't wait to be out of standard prison. I can't wait to be playing a real league with real economy with things that actually make sense. I wonder what it feels like when you're playing standard, like, and you see somebody buy your random, like, pretty garbage item. Like, you're like, haha, I got another one. Like, what do you think's going through the guy playing standard that sells this thing that's, like, way more price than it's worth type of thing? Still need this to be better, which means I need to do a respec here. If you bought it, it's worth it. It's worth that much if somebody buys it. No, this guy had a quick turnaround. He got a sale in 18 days, right? This guy's living large. My word, 1 mirror? This dude's reaching for the stars. Three stat, non-perfectly defined. 1 mirror. How? Dude, there's no way, right? There's no way they actually make that sale. At some point, there's got to be a limit to be like, yeah, I'm not paying that, okay? It'll sell one day. I think the divines have value in standard when they don't. Yeah, standard is a super hyper inflated economy. That's true. Are we the only one left on the market? Yeah, maybe. And they'll be forced to pay him his price. Yeah, that portal's pretty cool. What you call it, boss? Cleric Void boss or whatever. All right, we have acquired 2 3 stats, so we've effectively taken out every expensive thing we had in the build. We took out the unnatural, the Parandus. Our damage has dropped about 25%. Well, technically we gained some throw speed, so maybe our damage is not that much worse. I don't think it's really going to change too much of how fast we clear a T17, but we'll see. A map. Not completely potato mods. 2 proj AoE pen. I just know I click that map, it's gonna be the those little blue dudes that shoot their stupid orbs that giga shotgun you. It's gonna be depressing. All right, pen gain extra saw blades. We're gonna get 1 shot, but it'll be fine. That build using items that'll be in 326? Yeah. This build is wearing like 5D of gear right now because we just took out all the expensive items. Maybe a little bit more. Because 3 stats aren't going to be... What even is this? This jewel just sucks. I mean, it's a CB jewel, I guess, but... We don't need that reservation efficiency. It's literally just a 1... It's like a bad 1 stat CB jewel. I just shouldn't even be wearing this. It's just like inefficient. Oh my word, I have multiple jewels with reservation efficiency. I guess I needed the reservation efficiency previously. I don't need it now. We needed it for like the Hex Blast setup. That's at least 40? You're cooked as hell if you think this is 40D of gear. We'll see what Pee-wee Antiquary. And Rathpith is like a 1D item. Not even a 1D item. Okay, let's try Affliction. Currency League. So in Currency League, it was 1D. It was 2D even, maybe. In Currency League, when currency was falling from the sky. Holy, Ancestors, it was more? Dang, Wrap-Up's kind of fallen off. He has the Pee-wee 2 Astromentus. Yeah. So Wrath is like a 1D item. What about Shaper's Touch? 20C item if you buy any time after day 1. What about Ivory Tower? 1C item? Good roll, you probably pay 30, 40C for. And then you spend 4 Tailoring Orbs, which adds another like 100 to 150C in cost, because Tailoring Orbs are like 20C on League Start. Can we get Tailoring Orbs here? Currencies. What's Tailoring Orbs? What's the historic value of Tailoring Orbs? Tailoring Orbs are so cheap early league. Yeah. 20C, 20C. It's like 100C to get an enchant. Tailoring Orbs are dirt cheap, yeah. You always want to do your 8% defense enchant early, because it's so freaking cheap. Whoever thinks this is 40D, can you start buying my items? Because you're smoking crack? Yeah. The 1 Alk helmet that probably isn't even on filters. Alright, let's see, we took out the jewels. The expensive stuff we did have was Parandus plus Unnatural. That stuff actually has some decent, cost. You're still killing the boss in like freaking what? 4 seconds, 3 seconds? I don't know, man. I think you're cooked if you think this is a bad League Start character. Its gear is not that freaking expensive. Our boots are uncraftable? I give up? Miss the Maven Orb. They are a brutal craft for sure. I'm about to start snitching. Don't snitch, guys. E-Blade is balanced. No snitchers. Okay? As long as no one snitches, we'll probably be fine for at least another league. Be fine for at least another league. Then they'll nerf snaking, which is the build I played on Settlers. And then maybe everyone will hop on E-Blade train, and then E-Blade will get nerfed afterwards. Maybe we got one more league. Do an Uber Exarch? We can do an Uber Exarch. You have to understand, Uber Exarch is by far one of my worst fights because I suck at Balfoes. I still think that the Eye of Winter is doing a bad shotgun, and still the best, doing a bad shotgun. What should be my placement? Should I be placing it under, or should I be placing it away from the boss? Because I gotta be honest, I haven't tested the skill enough to even know. They destroyed Hex Blast. Yeah, I guess, you know, guess the build's dead.
Your absurd defiance ends here.
Place it a little bit away. Okay, we'll try that. See how it feels. I don't freaking know what I'm doing.
Disintegration. Cleansing. The fires of 1,000 suns. You do not have the strength, hatchling.
Dude, I suck at ball phases, man. I'm so bad at them. Not like this. Lamau, yeah, laugh it up. Laugh it up. Like, you guys didn't already know I'm garbage at ball phases. Don't act like this is new information for you. Oh, really? There's no Minotaur, and I'm still gonna manage to die to the ball phase, by the way. Literally no Minotaur, and I'm still gonna fail. Actually, I didn't fail.
Annihilation. Incineration. The fires of 1,000 suns.
Uh-oh. Oh, I'm dead. I angered him, and I got the thing messed up. Dude, I'm so bad at ball. It's a little bit worse though. It's a little bit worse because runes turn off my recovery. Oh, can we not do this right now? I don't even know where you are, man.
Disintegration. Cleansing. Annihilation. Incineration.
All right. Hey, guess what? We paid for the entire build. I bet you these gloves will be more expensive than this character next league. I bet you these gloves will literally be more expensive than the entire character. What gloves? The new champ gloves. The fortify attack speed gloves. What's that, 100D character? No. The leaks are RNG's gone for Vega Legend? It might be. It might be. We hit Valiko's Jewel, we hit gloves on an Uber Exarch, it's over. +4 max is like 2D. I think initially a min roll will be 5D. I think a good roll will be 10 plus. I think a good roll will be 10 plus. I think a min roll will be at least 5D. AV music, yeah, I like AV music a lot. Legion with more density, yeah, we could do a Legion with the Alt-Arc. Scarab. Arcing. Did I have scarabs in the map device on this character? I feel like I bought scarabs or something at one point. Where are they? They are on this character. Okay, cool. Have we done a straight out of heist axe setup? In case of Sanctum being bricked? That is the, that's on the agenda. I'm gonna do the other setups first, and then that'll be the last thing I think we need to do to finish setting this character up. 10D for 200,000. Yes, easy peasy. Easy peasy. All right. Let's see what Legion Scarabs look like. Do I have a map I can run with this? Where's my map tab at? Hit it on accident. Okay. T16 Dune, nice. Speed and Feeble. I don't have Legion on the map device. We'll just see what this looks like. See our arc on a Legion. Weird that it takes away the Atlas passives. I should probably stop playing with the really bad filter. Options, game. Ball lightning might be better than this clear-wise, honestly. Because this has a limited number of targets, right? I missed one somewhere. I mean, it's okay for Legion. It's not like chain pop the whole Legion like the RF Explode is, though. Maybe with regular arc it'd be better. It's satisfying as hell, yeah. I still think I like Ball Lightning more than this. Ball Lightning, I think it looks cool, and it's like consistently really good clear, I think. And it's like good damage on top of that, right? Is Arc even still a good skill? Arc's a pretty mediocre skill. It's good for clear, is kind of what it is. Throw Kinetic Blast. Kinetic Blast is an attack. Doesn't work with this. This is a spell mine character. You can't put a... Can't do mines with KB if you're holding the sword. So you need a wand. Ball Lightning looks the smoothest. I think Ball Lightning is definitely the best feeling clear. And it's probably the more aesthetic one. Eye of Winter I think is the best single target. Meteors and Oscillating aren't bad though. Oh, I didn't even remember to put Slower Proj on that. I guess non-Slower Proj is better clear, worse single target probably. Wait, let me try Ball Lightning without Slower Proj. Does Slower Proj actually even work with Ball Lightning single target? It does, right?
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling.
We will win this together.
Seconds.
Annihilation.
I think Slower Proj is definitely better single target. Eye of Winter is better for ball scene. Yeah, Eye of Winter is better single target for ball scene for sure. Ball Lightning isn't like that far behind it. It is behind it, but it's not that far behind it. I can showcase the difference after this. We have one more X-Arc we can do a run with. Is this normal X-Arc? Yeah, we've been doing normal X-Arc to do tests. Been doing DPS tests on normal X-Arc. See the Eye of Winter. Those have better clear though. Eye of Winter, I think, yeah, it's the weakest clear. Its clear's not bad. But Ball Lightning Orbiting, definitely better clear, and so is... Wait for 10 seconds. That's definitely a better single target, right? I Winter consistently does the phase, right? I wasn't placing the mines correctly. Don't make fun of me for that. I'm just, it's definitely best single target. Eye of Winter. Eye of Winter's fine, clear. Ball Lightning's probably the best all-arounder. Wintry Blast. It's literally X-Blast version 2. I didn't like Wintry Blast. I made ChatGPT's top 10 list. Did I actually? That's kind of surprising. Oh, snap. Oh, holy. Big ducks, let's go. ChatGPT knows. Vulcan? I don't even know who that is. Hey, I made it. Who the hell is 10K and who the hell is Vulcan? I've never even heard of those people before. Tuna is I'm Exile / Tuna. Holy. TPB made the top 10 too. Yeah, holy. It's crazy. Tenki? Oh, okay. I'm used to seeing Tenki like the IE at the end. Is your E-Blade starter? That's what we're working on right now. So I'm pretty happy with the mine setup. Nothing really changes too much with the tree. You can make the gear worse. Yes, Hex Blast is better than Eye of Winter, but not like that much better. Probably the biggest difference between the two skills is probably mostly clear, right? Clear in the fact it can freeze. But Eye of Winter can kind of freeze a little bit too, anyways. ChatGPT said I'm a totem player? No. Did it say I was a totem player? Did it actually? Oh, did it really? Focus on Link's Arc builds, especially totems, dot, trap, and mines. What the hell is this? This is rigged. What do you mean dot, trap, and mines? Time to get our defamation lawsuit. What the hell is this? Freaking totems? Especially totems? That's messed up. I do like starting dot builds. We have started mine builds. So that's not entirely wrong. But totems? Really? What did PALs say? Hold on, I have to go back and read PALs now. What did it say for PALs? SSF, high efficiency mapping and bossing setups, clean build presentations. Holy Giga Chad. Hey, at least it got Gazzy right. Minion builds. Can you imagine how would Gazzy feel if it said totems on his? That would be rough. It leaked your starting totems. I am 100% not starting totems. You take that to the bank. You can take that to the bank. All right. Mine setup, I'm happy with. I think we need to set up a self-cast and a cast on crit. I have 2 Templars in Settlers League, and I've got to be honest, I'm kind of sick of dealing with standard economy. Granted, Settlers is just standard too, but it's a little bit less worse. So I think we'll have to take the Gagarf RF character, or the Guardian RF character. I think we're gonna do what we have to do, and we're gonna turn this into a. Do we do cast on crit or do we self cast first? I think we do cast on crit first. Well, quite frankly, cast on crit and self cast are gonna be like the same tree. I'll have to look at it, but I think cast on crit and self cast will be almost an identical tree. It'll be close. Because they kind of both want pretty much the same stuff. Cast on crit should be easier to nail down first. Yeah, cast on crit is super chill. You basically hit the cast on crit breakpoint just by clicking Lazy Seal Sprain and you're just chilling. My axe. Yo, Fisher, appreciate the sub, man. Forgot I had a prime. Thank you, man. You don't have to think about the new cast speed buffs? Yeah. Alright, we'll do cast on crit first. We'll do cast on crit first. Oh. Where do we put this gear? Don't have space in this tab. Leveling tab is just kind of garbage. What the hell is this? What was I doing? I guess I was just farming Forbidden Flame Jewels is what I was doing. Put in a sale tab for 1D each? Nah, man. I'm gonna get messaged a bunch if I do that. Ooh, that's a good looking jewel. Alright. Stuff is gonna be forgotten. But it's okay. That away. Oh my word. I was tryhard leveling quality, wasn't I? That's funny. That is funny. Naked Templar? You may not like it, but this is actually peak human physical form. You might think, sir, your pectoral muscle looks a bit deformed. Nope, that's peak physical form, baby. Peak physical form right there. Same hair, bald just like Lance. I'm not bald yet, guys. Okay, we got time. We got time. I didn't. This POB doesn't have a non-tri stack. No, it doesn't have a non-tri stack. You know what that means? We're gonna have to make a we're gonna have to make a, you know, I did duo stack a while ago. How different would the tree honestly be since the last time I did how different would the tree actually be since the last time I did a like cast on crit E-blade? Wouldn't be that much different, right? Well, it was so long ago though. Let's take a look at Old Lance POB. You go bald, you never go back? I mean, some people do. There are a few. Okay, this is back when like Cyclone was a thing, right? Lane Steel Sprain's definitely just better. This is like definitely some things I don't necessarily like about this setup. Yeah, we're gonna change some things. How do I feel about this pathing? Not a fan of it, honestly. We can go more Giga Chad than this. Okay, Old Lance pathing. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. Let's go here. Let's think this through. For all the attributes on jewels, yeah, we get a ton. Now I gotta think about this. It's gonna affect how I do things. Realistically, we don't need to go tri-stack decks. We don't need to include any of that stuff. What's up, Lance? Yo, Jin John, how you doing, man? Now, that being said, I do still like this pathing, I think. This pathing's still pretty legit. I think what we change up about it is... we go through this, maybe through the center. Just say screw the decks. We care about strengthening it, right? Ooh. I could also go top side. You know what? Actually, I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to do that. Do a little bit like this. Thing is, early on, you don't have good budget split personalities, though. Nah, I take it back. We don't have good budget split personalities, realistically speaking. So we shouldn't do that because it's too heavy of an investment. We don't have good split personality. It's too much of an overcommitment. So I think we go this way. This tree, trust. This is you might not like it, but this is a peak performance tree right here. This is an ideal situation. I think we do large, because we're just going strength in. Did E-Blade get any nerfs in 326? Nope. X-Blast got nerfed, but none of the archetype scaling got nerfed, really. So it's still very, very good. Not yet? Yeah, not yet, I guess. Could always come a day. They strike us. Jewel sockets are pretty premium value. Do you think Spellslinger with Guardian Reservation could be a thing? I'm not really too confident. I'm not in the right headspace to think about Spellslinger right now. We might look at doing Theorycrafting some Spellslinger stuff later, but mentally right now I'm not there. Do I think Ice Crash Champion is a good league starter to aim for Uber boss killing? I'm not sure about Uber boss killing, but Champion's passive tree or Champion's nodes just got way stronger. So that in general would be a yes, but I'm not sure about the other stuff, scaling wise. That I promise you nothing, because I just don't know really where that's at. He tempted to go as the mountain. You get pretty good block on this tree. Still want the evasion scaling. We could have block and the evasion scaling. Jewels are just super premium. If we do go jewels, look at PvD mods for cluster jewels. Is Gigarf or on Guardian stronger? Was even trade? I think Guardian's a bit weaker with the reservation compared to the old node. But that's just a feeling. I haven't actually like tried to fit in reservation auras and see how all that powers it up or makes it weaker or anything like that. Arcane Surge does not help our damage out anymore. How does Arcane Surge work with, like, if cast on crit? Because we have a way to generate it, right? Arcane Surge support. Arcane Surge grants. I think the one if I granted them from one of those, it wouldn't give me the support gem value. It has to be generated through the support gem to get the support gem value. I think Elementals is good. Yep. I'm still leaning towards Leak Star and Elementalist. That being said, guys, not gonna lie, that Blighted Contagion stuff, kind of tempting as well. Blighted Contagion stuff is in the back of my head for sure. Since you guys brought it up earlier. Intensify, does it work with Contagion? Nope. Doesn't synergize, like, at all. Okay, block stuff. I don't think we care too much about this. I think it probably is just going to be a large cluster with, like, lightning damage. I have zero idea when I'm going to start, Jin John. Well, you got time. You do have time right now. Might be time for you to figure it out. I could add Leech if I wanted to for a point. How much is this passive tree costing us right now? I need to trim a few points off anyways. Trim the fat. That puts this at a level 95 POB if I do 2 5 passives. Comment on the new Hyro Ascendancy. I like the changes for some builds. For Archmage, it's strictly worse. Kind of depends on your character, how you're building it. For Blighted Contagion Hyro, it's strictly better. Oh, it's got me excited about Blighted Contagion Hyro. Keep thinking about that. Ooh, spell AoE would be a little bit tempting. The cast and crit angle, depending on what skill we want to do with cast on crit. Passive Anticipation still good for Sanctum? Yep. That it is. That it is. That it is, good sir. Man, Veteran Defender's so good, though. Maybe I just do 2 Veteran Defenders and call it a day. Why Hyro for Contagion? Why Hyro for Contagion? So... Hyro gives you more spell damage, Giga Cast Speed. This is more spell damage and Giga Cast Speed. Then... you get percent damage scaling with your mana. Then you click this node, which gives you big AoE. So your Blighted Contagion is huge and you can get good AoE spreads. Then, this is the other way you use Ivory Tower. I usually like to do it for the life-based scaling, but the other line on Ivory Tower is the bypass mod, where it sends chaos to your mana pool. This now has a bunch of extra regen, and you're building up mana, and you're still doing like Eternal Blessing, and you're reserving stuff in your life pool, so you get to go low life, and you could go like double damage, you could go like high damage aura reservation type of thing. And then for your last node, you can go DR. I think it's pretty hyper efficient. And Arcane Surge just got a higher damage buff too, I believe, with higher cast speed as well. If you were going to play Elementalist RF, what skill would you use for single target? I would do Scorching Ray. Scorching Ray got a pretty sizable buff, and Fire Trap got nerfed, so I'd probably end up with Scorching Ray. Scorching Ray is looking pretty good right now. Ooh, I want to keep Masteries too, don't I? Yeah. Did you say what the new Ascendancy notes for sign, what those changes would be? Did they say? I don't think so. We could go get like crit immunity on this character. Could get armor, crit immunity. Light radius thing. So lose some jewel sockets. Cap, in your opinion, CFKB champion viable? CFKB champion viable? It's going to be a lot better than it was. Whether or not that makes it viable, I think is another question. I do not know the answer for whether or not that would make it viable, though. We're already going max res flasks. We could just go max res. This is basically a level 93 character. Only go with Spell Leech. Make it level 95. So that gives us good recovery. It gives us armor scaling. If we do Crown of the Inward Eye, we get armor. If we do the Armor Mastery, we get armor. Without running Determination, we should actually have a decent armor amount on this. Also, we'll have good block. Along with Evasion and Ghost Dance. Connor might know his stuff, but he's one of the worst streamers I've ever tried to watch. His videos are always 25 minutes long. Okay, relax, dude. Yes. Chill, man. Chill. Connor's not that bad. I just spent 49 Divines and SSF to hit a 1 in 11. I think I'll be good until next league. Nope. Nope. Next league is going to get worse. It's going to get worse before it gets better. I hate to be the one that has to tell you this, but it is in fact going to get worse before it gets better. All right, so we give up the dex angle. We get better block in this situation. We give up suppress. And we get better strength and in scaling. I feel like Connor punches random numbers in the calculator sometimes. I mean, he does kind of do that occasionally. Just ever so occasionally. You get enough evasion to run Ghost Dance? Yes. So, for example, we'll highlight the character in standard just as an example to showcase. This is the tri-stack mine setup we have. This character has 14,000 evasion. And we should be able to get higher strength and int than this character because we're not going to get distracted with going for dex nodes. We're going to be more committed to some int scaling. And int is where we're getting our evasion. So Ghost Dance will feel pretty good, and so will the evasion. I mean, we could just go no Ghost Dance. We could go no evasion, but I think it'll feel worth it. I think it will feel worth it. Wish War works like this. It reserves an amount of mana, not sure how much, but it turns on and works. But does less damage, and then when you need to kill you, channel it. Oh, so like you didn't have to generate the stacks? Got bad news for you, buddy. It's just not how it works. That's just not how it works. But I can see what you're saying, though. Like, just an automated reservation. The problem with that is it would end up being a skill that people just... If it's good enough to justify the reservation, people will just auto-include it as an extra additional damage on top of whatever skill they're actually using, right? Probably. Okay, I have some random Balbala Jewel. We'll just use that. Tattoos I'm going to have to get rid of. Good cluster jewels. Hypothetically, burning arrow vigor for single target plus RF on elementalist. What do you think? That could maybe work. Doing a life stack angle. I do kind of want to do a life stack angle at some point. That is on my thoughts of things to do. Dang, that's a pretty good ring. All right. So our passive tree is clear. Start fixing the plan. People are gonna learn quick how much Stankdom was stalling the price of Divines. I mean, maybe the early league price ramp of Divines it was stalling, but it wasn't really doing anything to the, I don't think it was doing a ton to the price later on. I think later on you're getting more raw Divines were being generated from other mechanics. Ships were a ton of divs. Ultimatums a ton of divs. Box farming's a ton of divs. There's a lot of ways people were generating divs that weren't just Sanctum. Sanctum gets the bad rap because it's like basically one of its only rewards is divs. It doesn't have a very diversified loot gen or whatever. Bye, regen tattoos. It was nice knowing you. Mark said, yeah, they haven't told us what they're gonna nerf though. We're still waiting on that number. Still waiting on the hammer to drop. Where they break us. How many hours into the league before you turn on E-Blade? For me, I don't think I'm going to be turning on E-Blade, like, at all during the league, unless there's a build I decide to make with E-Blade. I'm just working on a guide. Updating the guide for the homies that want the E-Blade guide. Does it matter that the ASA won? Does it matter? I just think I'm surprised, honestly. Sanctum got nuked for cute dog sins. That's all that I can take away from this. We don't know if anything will change. That's true. They could just change nothing and say, hey, we're going to wait until we're ready to rework it. How much do FT cost at League Start? Fire Trap? Transmute from a vendor? Or is he talking about something else? Is this Guardian RF? This was Guardian RF. This is what we run in, I think we ran this in Necro Settlers. I am re-speccing it. Because we're setting up the cast on crit E-Blade setup right now. What are things that I grab on the tree? The lock nodes and these nodes, right? Is that it? Cluster? Yeah, we need to get cluster. That's what it is. Because this character's over-leveled, right? Cluster and this character's over-leveled in 1 mastery and we'll be good. Do that. What is the likelihood that we have a shield cluster? We do have a shield cluster just randomly laying around. I do reforge defense for this. Does that work? Not exactly. Does Veteran Defender even have the defense tag? It does have the defense tag, okay. So it wasn't for nothing. We just need one more notable. Why I'm bothering with this. Has to be a notable that puts Veteran Defender on travel. Smite the weak. What skill think is the best with E-Blade? We just did mind testing, and its ball lightning is the best clear. Okay, I can't do that. It's a 3 stat. Or the best, like, all-rounder, clear, and whatnot. Dang, really? This is crazy. Winter seemed like it was the best single target from the testing. Drive Destruction we already know doesn't work. Does Gladiator's Fortitude work? Cool, alright. Check. Can ever be a travel node as a 2-stat? Yep. That it can.
Keep your eyes sharp.
See if we have Wrathpith laying around. Ain't no way. Rathbeth Lane around, check. Ivory Tower. Check. Shaper's Touch. Do I have one to use sitting in my stash? Yep. I have Crown of the Inward Eye. A bad one. A non-trash Crown of the Inward Eye. How all roads lead to Ivory Tower? No, we're updating an E-Blade guide, guys. Believe it or not, Ivory Tower good for E-Blade. Who would have guessed? Part of me wonders if a Lich's Circlet would just be better than this. How noob friendly do you think Archmage is? It's pretty straightforward. I'm looking in standard. We got lost. This character in standard? Nope. This character is in Settlers. A 19 plus rolls about 1d. Yeah, I'd say so. We're gonna compare to a Lich's. A Lich's might just be better and cheaper. I'm gonna look at both because I am kind of curious. Like 17 quality, 19 quality, cool. The fact that besides slams, there's no clear definitive best league start indicates a pretty decent balance. They hit most of the things they needed to. And slams were kind of on the fringe of needing the nerfs, I think. Well, fringe on double jeopardy of getting nerfed right after getting buffed type of thing. So I think it was always kind of like unlikely that they were going to nerf slams. Why did they need to fully kill Splitting Steel? Because Splitting Steel is lame. It needed to die. Justice had to prevail. They need to kill Ivory Tower. Yeah, Ivory Tower is pretty ridiculous. It's coming out unscathed. Hey, they killed Hexblast, okay? listen, that was part of the that was the ideal tri-stack mind skill. Granted, there were multiple good skills that could take its place. It's not the end of the world, but still though, that was the ideal mind skill. And it got nuked. They're gonna kill Ivory Tower. I'm gonna crash out. I think if they kill Ivory Tower, I'm gonna be relieved. Because I want to do the right thing and update my guides for really good characters that people want the guide for. But at the same time, if they just nuke Ivory, then I don't feel like I have to update the guide. And then I also don't have to deal with the idiots coming in and being like, you're playing Ivory Tower, when I'm literally just trying to update the guide. So it's like, it would be kind of a win-win, because I just wouldn't have to deal with like the level of obnoxious behavior that goes on league starts when you're updating a guide for something. Would Energy Shield Arrow be over? I don't know. I don't know, like, you probably don't watch me very often, but Energy Shield isn't just good because of Ivory Tower. There's... ES builds are good, just with regular ES gear. Ivory Tower is specifically good for, like, a Wrathpith build, or for, like, the Righteous Fire angle, like the strength life-based stuff, but you could still get 30,000, 40,000, even 50,000 ES with just, like, more normal ES gear and properly setting it up and whatnot. Ivory Tower doesn't change whether or not you could do that. Base Twilight Regalia can roll up to like 1,300, 14, 1,500, depending on what rolls and enchants and quality you have on it, right? Stuff. The new bases are crazy. Bring back Shavs. Maybe someday we'll get the Chavron wrappings, Twilight Regalia. We'll put it on the new base. It'll be like 1,000 ES Shavs. Do a 2-stat with a Benchcraft. Nah, we can just do Astromantis. Astromantis is pretty common. Astromantis is just an easy go-to early game amulet. Do you think Champion Volcanic Striker Snake might be good as a starter? I think it'll be okay. The thing about Champ as a starter, initially those Fortify nodes you don't really get to appreciate until you start getting additional max Fortify stuff. And you don't start getting additional max Fortify stuff until Gloves, Timeless Jewel, Replica Badge. A lot of stuff that's like pretty hard to get early on, like very hard to get early on. 47,000 times rarer than a Divine? No, it's not, guys. It's just freaking not. How can you fund the build when Sanctum's getting nerfed? Sanctum might still be a very good currency strategy. We don't know how much Sanctum's getting nerfed by, first of all. Second of all, we're gonna do some testing about setting up a character design that could just go into maps if we need to. We're waiting on to see how much they're nerfing Sanctum by. I think there's a pretty high chance Sanctum will still just be like a really good currency strat to start a league, but we'll see. Depends how much they nerf it by. Or how they choose to nerf it. Because they could nerf it where technically, quote unquote, it's nerfed, while also it's still being like not really worse at all. I think they'll nerf low-level Sanctums. See, the thing is, if they do something like that, where they say, okay, Divines can no longer drop in the white tier Sanctums, it changes nothing. Not entirely nothing, but pretty much nothing. Because you still get the raw chaos that allows you to get the initial, like, couple additional upgrades that make your character just cakewalk red tier Sanctums, and then you just start doing harder Sanctums. I got one. Yo, sick. And if they, that's the other thing. Gold's a good point. They did talk about adding gold. So if they added gold to Sanctum while slightly nerfing Sanctum, it'll just be a net buff to the mechanic. Like if you start getting gold in Sanctum where you can actually use the raw currencies you get and use Faustus, like that is like such a massive multiplier. Because I used to be a strong believer of Sanctum being the best strategy for the first like 2 days-ish. But since they added gold and gold not working with Sanctum, I think it's only 1 day. But if they add gold and make it work with Sanctum, then it could just make it net stronger than what it is currently. They said that they don't want to add gold to Sanctum. Are you sure about that? Maybe I misheard them. I got the impressions that they said they wanted to add gold to like every mechanic. That's what I got out of the conversation. How goes the Death Race? Goes well, man. How you doing? They want to add it to Heist, but not Sanctum? Did they say they wanted to add gold to Heist? That's kind of funny. I feel like I remember at one point Mark was acting like Heist didn't make good currency, which is also hilarious. I feel like he said something like along those lines of Heist not making good currency. But I could be imagining that. I feel like he said something along like he thought Heist wasn't good currency. They removed my plan strap for memories. I need something new, Baneful. Do Tujin. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do Tujin Rush. I'm gonna cook some Tujin. Ooh, Blighted Contagion would be really good at Tujin as well. Blighted Contagion would be really good at Tujin as well. You get around like dot builds are nice for Tujin because you get around like the block and some of the annoying stuff. Foggy Sheep, you keep using that emote, I'm gonna remove it. I'm gonna take your toxic chatting away from you. I liked you more when you were casting curses on me. It's impressive how you blocked out the memory of turning in the Tujin currency. You know, that's a good point. I think here's where my brain is at. My brain is acknowledging, yeah, Tujin's kind of annoying, but also, if you do Tujin efficiently, it's so freaking strong early league. Like, every single random little rare currency has value early league. You know? It's so freaking strong initially. It's free raw currency, yeah, it's pretty free real estate. Tujin, now that Faustus exists, is pretty game changing. It's insane, you know? Big Boom is good, yeah. Just imagine this. You big boom into a Blighted Contagion, just spreads through the entire thing. I mean, Peaconk of Bouncing. Dude, I need to stop talking about Blighted Contagion, or I might start Hyro. I can't start Hyro. I just can't. That would be a bad idea. I've played Blighted Contagion like 2 times. I haven't played Peaconk of Bouncing ever, though. Alright. Hold on. Before we continue this setup, I kind of have to pee. I'll be right back. This is going to be one of the coziest starts ever. Yeah. I'm just thinking about that first lab. That first lab when you just become just so freaking OP. Alright, I'm going to top off the water too. I'll be right back. All right, I've returned. Lance is probably taking a lightning strike. I wasn't thinking about lightning strike at all. No, what happened was I went upstairs, was refilling up the water, and I was looking around. You know, I'm a little bit desperate for just something, man. Just a little sustenance, you know. And needless to say, I found a bag of Hacienda chips, which aren't really my top pick, to be honest. But I'm desperate, so here we are. A whole bag, not a whole bag, guys, like 10 chips, okay? Like, if you were on the verge of starvation, these 10 chips would give you, like, an extra, like, 10 minutes of life, you know? Barely anything. Barely anything. I'm back. Okay, which one did you steal your kid? No, I didn't steal any chips from any kids, okay? That's 3. Are you actually counting the chips? Is that necessary? Is that necessary?
He's resorting to thievery now.
He's resorted to thievery. I have not resorted to stealing anything. I don't know what you guys are talking about, okay? Oh, this is a long list. Abyssal socket one hand. Hand it over. My breakfast wrap is pretty good. Oh, hell yeah. Guys, stop counting the chip bites, okay? Don't act like you can know how many chips I have. Wait, I already told you, though. It is 10. It's like 10 chips, guys. How many does he have left to go? Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know? If I already ate 5, okay, just do the math, okay? Just do the math. If I already ate 5. Did you pay for this, Foggy? Was that a double? That was one chip. What do you mean, was that a double? That sounds like you guys are full of crap. That was a double? You have no proof. This is crazy, man. You guys are hearing things. He's getting too defensive. I just think it's funny that you guys think I ate 2 chips there. I think that's humorous to me, okay? That you guys think I actually ate 2 chips there. Is this gonna confirm? It's funny because it was actually 3. No, it wasn't. You guys are so full of crap. All right, it worked. It worked now, I think. So we're at 8 now. You guys can't keep adding extra count, okay? I think we're at like 7. You guys are trying to fictitiously add more to the count. Stop double counting, guys. This is rigged as hell. Guys, you guys can't keep doing this, okay? I didn't do anything wrong. Ain't nothing wrong with enjoying just a couple chips, okay? Ain't nothing wrong with enjoying a few chips. You guys are trying to make me feel bad about it by counting it. But if you aren't eating more than one chip at a time, you need some help. They're kind of big chips, okay? They're large, dude. Okay, not really large. I don't know if I should describe them as large. They're average sized chips, okay? Listen, I'm just being reasonable here. What's that? Was that 3? That was not 3. That was 1 chip. That was one of the biggest ones in the thing. That was distinctly 3. It was 1 chip. Okay. I was just condensing its size with a couple of bites, okay? I was just condensing its size. Listen, I don't need to explain myself, okay? I'm hungry. He's scamming us? How on earth am I scamming you guys? I didn't do anything wrong. Share with us too. And why would you guys deserve some chips? I ate 1/3 of a can of Pringles and Lance has already had more crunches. Listen, there's a lot. These are crunchy chips, man. And that's without the ones he dipped in the water. Who on earth in their right mind would dip chips in water? That's just not right. They'd be like soggy and stuff. For the record, that chip bite I just had, that was like literally 1/2 of a chip. That wasn't even a real chip. Just so we're clear. That chip bite you just heard, not even a real chip. Okay, it was a chip, but it was like 20% of a chip, you know? Count it, boys. He's bluffing. I'm telling the truth. All right, what's my count at? What's my count at? I'm done. I'm all out of chips. $29, over under 30. That was only like 15, okay? I was pretty close with my initial assessment of 10, okay? My initial 10 assessment was very close to on target. I also have 10 girlfriends. User error, I'd believe that. With how much you go out to eat, you must have 10 girlfriends. That's you go out to eat so freaking much. You're just planning dates. You got like every day you have freaking 4 dates planned or something. I'd believe it. You're a busy man. That's some Connor math, buddy. Oh, what? Because I accurately counted the chips after the fact. He makes the girl pay afterwards. Okay, that's T1 T1. I probably shouldn't get a ring that good. This is better. T1 T2. More reasonable. I haven't had a girlfriend in nearly 15 years. Is that either you're saying you're married or you're saying you're like, nah, man, not worth it? What kind of angle are we talking about here? What's the situation? He's just window shopping. He's married to the food. You know, that's one way to look at it. You know, if he starts dating, user error, your ability to afford the food goes down because you start having to pay double each time. That's like doubling the expense of the good eats. I was lying about the quantity, just like your chips. Listen, I ate, that was like 15 chips tops. Honestly, you guys were counting extra when you shouldn't have been. Realistically, it was more like 13. Because those last two, those weren't even, those were like a 20% of a chip, you know? You know how when you're getting down to like the lower portion of the bag when it starts just being like crumbs, pretty much? That those last 2 bites, they were literally just like crumbs. It was like, it wasn't even worth biting down on those. It felt bad afterward, you know what I mean? It wasn't even a justified chip. You know what I mean? Do I think eBay, Peabot, Inquisitor as a Sanctum Farmer is a good league start? Yes, tentatively, but we don't know how they're nerfing Sanctum. If they completely destroy Sanctum, I would not start Sanctum, but we don't know. We need more information. They're gonna tell us soon, TM, probably, hopefully, any second now. So we're kind of waiting. We are kind of waiting. You're right, it's cheaper. Yep, that's just good business sense right there. I curse your keyboard to be decimated by the chip dust. No, what? Why? Why would you go and do that? How will it affect the economy? I think the biggest way gutting early Sanctum changes the economy is Divines will be maybe slightly more expensive on League Start. And on top of that, I think the uniques that Sanctum builds like will be much cheaper. Like, for example, if you neuter the ability to make money in Sanctum, then the people who are going to pay you 20 divines for a Ralakesh no longer exist. Also, I mean, Ralakesh kind of got hit, so they're going to be lower value anyways. But still. The items that would be a good drop that you can resell are not so good drop anymore, you know? You're not garfing to 10,000. Stop. It was 100K. He's not getting there either way. He's in the cellar now. Rakesh is gonna be expensive for specific ones. I don't think we're gonna see a price drop. I think we're gonna see a heavy price. Well, okay. If Sanctum is still like a good currency method, and the Sanctum bills that use Rakesh can still use Rakesh, well, it depends. I need to look at the Sanctum bills more carefully that use Rakesh. Then I think it's gonna price drop pretty heavily. Because the reason people could afford to pay 20 divines so early on is it's the day one Sanctum. Like, when Sanctum's good on day one, it's good. You do have those early divines. But outside that, I don't know. I don't think they're gonna, there's no way they're selling at those other prices. How much is a 15%, 13% Cyclopean? Perfect roll 15% is 1 divine. 13% you could probably pick up for like 30 to 50 chaos. That's usually around what it is. Ultimately, Cyclopean is just worse than doing like an Awaken Orb craft. So if Cyclopean for whatever ungodly reason is more than like a divine, then you just snag a rare belt and Awaken Orb percent life, percent attribute together and benchcraft hybrid strengthen. Could I get a Chaos Inoculation after Ascendancy swap? You can't do Chaos Inoculation with Righteous Fire. Righteous Fire has a condition where it turns off when you have 1 HP remaining. And you will hit that condition, and it will turn off. Is how that works. Sleeping Dragon looks pretty standardish, am I wrong? Where's the loot coming from besides the Merc encounter? It's from the Merc encounter, and then the other thing is the loot from the memories, I think is a lot more well, I mean, we'll see. Mark was saying he thinks it's more juice than T17s, so we'll see. But it's gonna be those memory stuff. What skill to use? Hex Blast? We just tested Ball Lightning of Orbiting really feels good all arounder that does decent damage. Eye of Winter is pretty close to the same single target. Eye of Winter is also okay on clear. Boots times. He said it was the most juice maps ever. Yep. Which we'll see if he's correct about that. I think he probably is, right? I don't know why he wouldn't be. Let's make sure we have an empty suffix. Let's go boots that have ES on them. Frostblades is getting a decent nerf. Do you think it'll still be good enough to play? I don't think it was a good choice before it got nerfed. So, take that how you will. I think it was an average level skill that was way overhyped, and now it's a below average skill. Average level skill being, you can gear it up and make it do Ubers reasonably well, but it's not anywhere close to the top tier skills type of thing. Frostblade so nervous bizarre? I think so too, yeah. I think Frostblades made the mistake of standing next to Lightning Strike. It was a strike skill that was popular. And it got hit. The Penance Brand Stormbrand thing? Yep. Yep, that's what I think too. It's just like the Penance Brand Stormbrand thing. It got hit harder than Ellis was the crazy part? Yeah, it was. You know, the funny thing is, Stormbrand, I think, also similarly got hit harder than Penance Brand. Although I think those ones were closer. They were pretty similar nerfs between Penance Brand and Stormbrand. But the similarities are eerily similar. Much less strong ability, nuked from orbit because it's standing next to the thing that's actually strong. You know the percentage chance of getting the Shaper hideout? I've heard numbers like 1 in 200. Whether or not that's a real number, I don't know. Absolutely no idea. Okay, so that's a good baseline stat. Good start. We have how many jewel sockets? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is no mastery. Are you thinking Peaconk Elementalist for starter? Yeah. That is one of the ones I'm thinking about doing for a starter build. That to me sounds pretty dang fun. I have passives for this correctly? I do. Something I'm a little over invested into. Oh, that's what it is. It's like something doesn't feel right. I feel like we have more passives than we should right now. That being said, now that I think about it, cast on crit, the auras are going to be a bit more valuable for. So I might do Reservation Visions here, maybe. I'll have to think about that one. How did Penance Brand and Stormbrand get nerfed? We're talking about last league, Cartanos. Basically what happened is, in Affliction League, Penance Brand of Dissipation was like one of the most disgusting things ever in terms of power. It got a like 67% damage nerf, and it's still one of the best skills in the game. Stormbrand of Indecision was like mildly a decent skill, and it also got like a 67% damage nerf and a quality of life nerf and some other stuff, right? So basically, Penance Brand, which was way overkill strong, got hit with a similar nerf to Stormbrand, which wasn't even close to anywhere near the power, but they were both brands, and they were standing next to each other, and there was splash damage. Please stop, you wound me. I miss Stormbrand. Dude, Stormbrand at Indecision was so chill, man. Stormbrand at Indecision was like good time. I have a rare jewel search for this. Ooh, I do. Nice. Now this has a bunch of cast speed stuff on it. We don't need cast speed for this setup. Do you like that? If I knew what type of skill I wanted to do, then we could get a little bit more specific and we could get good crit multi-stats in here, but we'll figure that out once we try out some different skills. We'll figure that out. Thanks for explaining, no problem, dude. Crackling Lance? I do not want to do Crackling Lance. Crackling Lance also isn't good with cast on crit, guys. We have to think of things that are good with cast on crit. Because that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be cast on crit. Ooh, wait. Does this mean I need to... I might need to do Rare Belt with cast on crit instead of Cyclopean. Because we want to get that first, like, what is it, 14%? I want to say it's like 14% is the first cast on crit breakpoint. The one that you can get with, like, just a benchcraft. Good luck, have fun. Thanks. Does Casting Grim Rolling Magma interest you? No. No, it doesn't. I am kind of... How do I put this? I'm kind of a Rolling Magma hater. A little bit. I like rolling magma for early game, Act 1 to Act 2. But after Act 2, I don't want to see rolling magma again. That's where I'm at, you know? The new Starcaller axe looks sick. Starcaller axe does look cool. I think the problem with Starcaller axe is it's gonna be gated by limited power because it forces you into a bad weapon slot, and then it has a limited max level. I think you mean Magma Orb? What did I say? Did I say rolling magma? Magma Orb? Same thing, right? It's literally the same thing. I don't even like it there. I see it as a means to an end. I see it as the means to get through the horribleness that is Act 1 as soon as possible. The height of me not enjoying PoE 1 is Act 1. The height of me being frustrated and being like, my character sucks, these dead ends suck. You know, I'll just try to get out of there. Act 1 through 5. I'm usually pretty happy by Act 3. Because by Act 3, I have like the main skill I want to play. You know, that's when you get most of your skills at that point. And you get your first lab, you get that power spike. By Act 3, I think I'm having a good time. Act 2 is like... Act 2 I think I'm okay with because for the most part the layouts are consistent. And it's not a lot of backtracking with dead ends and stuff. Minus like the Val areas or whatever. Scorching Ray Elementals Arv, can you explain? Wouldn't you want something with higher AoE? Scorching Ray. Scorching Ray Elementals is just to level initially. We're using that as our just like, I like Righteous Fire. And Scorching Ray is just a single target thing. I'm not really feeling Hom 4 right now. Castler Crit, I should be grabbing these crit nodes. That I'm like 100% sure on. That we should just be grabbing. Leveling late game, what are you thinking? Big Papa Clean. For Elementalist League Star, I'm thinking about playing a oh, I kinda wanna play a I'm thinking Poisonous Concoction Elementalist is what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna swap that at the end of the campaigns, kinda where I'm at. Do we know if Reflecting Mists are staying in the game? Yep. They haven't indicated otherwise. Reflecting Mists are kind of a core mechanic. I think it's even verified in the patch notes. Don't they even say that Searing Mist and Reflecting Mist will be like announced or something when they appear? Like right now they aren't announced, but they're gonna start announcing them when they appear, stuff like that. Their Betrayal Safe House. Well, the Betrayal Safe House isn't the same thing. That's not like a raw Reflecting Mist. It's like a... You can craft the amulet and then reflect it type of thing, right? Would you never be the same without Reflecting Mist? I'd be pretty bummed. Reflecting Mist are a lot of fun. Again, a stat stacker, we're updating a build guide, Villas. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a build maker, and I have an obligation to update build guides. I'm not playing this. I would honestly be bored if I was playing this, because I've played it, you know. I think that was another reason why I didn't like the Fub Gun bet, is because I played this 2 league starts in a row. I did it because I was trying to sweat it out and beat Fub Gun in the bet, but it was like really not fun playing the same thing twice. He also has an obligation to steal snacks from his kids. I do not have an obligation to steal snacks from children. That is false. Well, yeah, your builds keep it up. Thanks, Kaner. Appreciate it, dude. I'm trying. The main thing is I try to update the... Like, if the character's really good, I try to update it. Like, I could have, for example, I could have updated the Berserker Snaking build, but since it's so freaking hyped, I don't need to update it, because freaking 10 different people are going to make it, you know? I don't feel like I have to do that, but I don't think anyone else is going to update a Ivory Tower Energy Blade League Start, even though this character's, like, really insane for League Start. ChatGPT told me you're a totem player? Yeah, I don't know what happened. ChatGPT got it wrong. I'm trying to decide if I want to go Snaking Inquisitor. How easy? If you want to do the duo stack, I mean, I'd say go Inquis if you're doing that duo stack thing. Do the duo stack. Is Connor doing E-Blade? Connor is doing E-Blade. Connor's gonna do like a very specific Giga min-max DPS angle. He's gonna do a venting. Which venting is a good option for sure. Venting's honestly kind of insane. At the very least, for people that want to play Connor's build, I don't mean this as a slight to Connor, and I think Connor would agree with this as well. Connor doesn't really... His priority is not like a good league start plan. He kind of just like, yeah, I'm just going to send it and see where it goes, you know? So realistically, if you want to play Connor's build, I would say start with whatever I'm going to tell you to do, and then swap over to Connor's build. Because Connor's league starts are a little bit sketch, I think. His league start plans are a little bit potato sometimes. Connor's endgame setup, though, I think will be amazing. Would be my guess. Connor's very good at min-max builds. That's probably what he is best at. Better than most people. Very, very good at min-max. Is EK good? EK is fun. I don't know if I'd call it good. EK is it's an okay skill. It's not like a power skill though by any stretch. Do you think the new unique will make Cyclone a thing? I don't really think it'll make Cyclone a thing. I think Cyclone with the new unique will be like a fun build that you can do T16 mapping with. I think it'll struggle on I mean, unless that skill's like ridiculously broken, I think it'll struggle on probably like T17 Uber type of thing. Seller's no longer online. Get there eventually. Oh no. The Fub Gooner himself. People in my chat were just talking about XDD businessing your upstanding build followers. They were saying they were gonna scamaz. Fubgun, I saw a clip that had ChatGPT accusing me of being a totem player. Were you able to get ChatGPT to say what you did? The ChatGPT, like, did it say you were a minion player or something? Like, what the hell was that? ChatGPT thinks I'm a hardcore SSF slayer. The old hardcore. Hey, you going for the boss kill event, Fubgun? You gonna log in for the boss kill? You gonna show Ben and Karn that they ain't got nothing? I'm gonna kill the boss in softcore trade. Oh, so you're just giving the other hardcore players an easy win. You don't want to upset them. I mean, that's understandable. That's understandable. You don't want to show up and just embarrass them. The softcore player just taking home the easy W. Is there even a reward for the race? They said they would announce the reward, right? I bet it's gonna be an Alienware laptop. Kamala Uber Harry Dan. Isn't that just Uber Dan? Did he like change his name or something? I wonder if Uber Dan's gonna take that guy to court. Hey, stop impersonating me. It's just Uber Dan now? Did he change it again? Dan doesn't care? Yeah, that checks out. The funny part is his ideas aren't that bad. Well, all the builds he showcased were just like top meta builds for like the last league or two, right? Weren't they all just like top popular builds? The thing about that though, what I thought was hilarious is he was like showcasing Ephemeral Edge gameplay and then talking about playing E-Blade. I think that was one of the funnier ones for me. Was he was showcasing Ephemeral Edge gameplay and then he was talking about E-Blade. Keep you on your feet? Yeah, something like that. His E-Blade POV had 400 ES. It was really funny because he wasn't highlighting any. He was hiding the configs and stuff. And the config was like 400 million damage. And then he hovers over his items, and it's like this absolute trash can, like one stat piece of, like, I don't know. I was like, yep, that looks so legit. You notice the POV numbers on the left were actually just all a still image? You change the POV, and the numbers don't change. Oh yeah, I thought it was just probably he was faking it with config stuff, but that could be, yeah, he could have just pasted the numbers over top. He's my favorite content creator. I'm following all of his guides. Oh no. I thought it was funny. Yeah, I kind of feel like he was in. I mean, it was too obvious, I think, to not be like. I feel like it was like sarcastic content. I don't think he's like actually trying to trick people into playing like some inflated POBs. Some people in the comments looked like they thought it was real, though. That's what worried me. Some people were acting like they believed it. Yeah. This builds SSS tier. Kinetic Blast, 326 Warden. Oh, I don't know, man. I have allergic reaction to Warden. Also, the thing about like Kinetic Blast, a skill like this, I have absolutely 0% idea on how to quantify like single target on a skill like this. Like, I don't know how many times this skill friggin' hits. Like, I don't know how to quantify this, so I'd have no idea to tell if the POB or whatever he's doing is like correct configs and stuff. It's a showcase. We're gonna take a look. All right, we'll take a look. We'll observe. We'll observe. KB Warden, and he's doing crit plus elemental flask. Is he playing with HH or something? No, he just has massive shrine. That's why he actually has HP. This, I mean, he's doing fine for T17s. What's the boss fight look like? Show me. Ooh, turning off all the shrines. That's pretty based. Hold. We gotta zoom in. Respectfully turning off all the shrines. He doesn't need that garbage. Actually, really good damage. That's actually legit damage. Okay. I'm interested. It's a pretty vanilla map. This could be a no mod map, and this would be. Is he screen shaking? He might be. What's his POV? POV is right here. This is the gear he showcased in the video, which is Fury Valve. Leveling POB. Does he have a non-leveling POB? Alternate. Oh, final setup. Okay, hold on. This is probably the setup he's actually showcasing. I'm slightly blind. Okay, so this gear he showcased was pretty decent chest piece. 3-stat helmet. I mean, honestly, this gear isn't that hard to make. Multi-link wand. I don't think this gear is that good, to be honest. Looks pretty solid, honestly. With that level of gear doing this. The fact that the POB links aren't embedded. Yeah, I don't even know how he did that. I feel like it auto embeds it when you type it in. That's pretty impressive. Pay respects to the KB. I don't know what his defenses are, but he looks like he has probably evasion and suppress, right? He had like 5k life. What auras is he running? He's doing Spell Slinger, Tornado, Hydrosphere for the extra hits. Sacred Wisp for the extra visual cancer. I don't know why it has the links twice. He only has a Grace. So basically he has like just bad fizz mitigation. Or just not great tank in general. But he has suppressive aid. He has 39% more damage in the configs. I mean, he might be doing that based on maybe he thinks he hits a certain amount of times. There's some buffs happening in the patch. I don't freaking know. I haven't looked at the Warden nodes. Basically, he's taking the Giga Shock node, which is pretty high value on a character like this, which hits a gajillion times. And the Tinctures are good nodes. He's taking the 2 double permanent tinctures. Don't watch this. This is Russian secret development. Okay. I mean, it looks decent. I'm still kind of a Warden hater. But, seems like a solid clear speed build with good damage on pretty, like, bad gear. Link the POB. Here's the POB, guys. I want to do a Warden freeze build at some point. Just just Giga lock the enemies in place. Do it. Do it. I mean, what's stopping you, Theros? What's stopping you? I'm getting baited by the Reavers. Can you help me? I think it'll be as good as LS. Reeve? Did they buff Reeve or something? I mean, Reeve has okay effectiveness. It's not freaking LS though. I will say this about Reeve, unless you get an MTX, I think it's really, really boring. And even with the MTX, it still is lame. Like Reeve, it has like the tiniest little animation. Like you could barely see it. And that might not matter to you. Maybe that's fine. For me, I remember trying it out and thinking, man, this looks lame. Even though it's got good AoE and stuff, you can just barely even see it. Jung put Reeve a Blade Flurry champ build. Jung is doing a Blade Flurry. I mean, what is he doing? Reeve for clear, and then he's using Blade Flurry on single target. Like he's had 2 6-links. General's Cry. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so he's Gen crying with Blade Flurry is good. And it's just basically a GC build, right? I guess the Reeve is there for clear, which Reeve is a good clear skill. Gen Cry on auto exert, yeah. Gen Cry is good. Champion got Giga buff. Gen Cry is good. Do you think Jung's baiting, or do you guys think is Jung actually gonna log in and have a good time with it? 100% bait. It's good. I think he's cooking. I mean, I don't think you could go too wrong with Blade Flurry, Gen Cry. Like I feel like that's a really, really strong thing. Wasn't it really popular at one point? Why did it fall out of the meta? Because I remember at one point there was a bunch of people doing Gen Cry Blade Flurry, and it was like an insane boss that did gajillion damage. It's high damage Jung build, but it comes with an MMO rotation. Oh no. I guess I shouldn't be surprised Jung's doing the MMO rotation. Is it actually that? How many buttons is it? Every boss is it 5-6 buttons preload? Weapon swap? He's weapon swapping? It's just 2 buttons. I mean, 2 buttons doesn't sound too bad. I'm gonna say I'd probably be a believer. I can't see Gen Cry Blade Flurry not doing some decent damage. I'm gonna say I'm on Team Believe. He says he might race with it. Now that's some confidence. I think the race is going to be over in one day. What do you guys think? I feel like it's... The way they talked about it, it sounded like it wasn't even on Uber's level. It sounded like the bosses are on like regular base pinnacle boss level. I think it's going to be like a 24-hour and over situation. Sub 10? Nah, it's not going to be sub 10. Like you wouldn't do sub 10 on like doing like just Uber Elder which is a thing everybody knows is really hard to do to begin with, right? Surely it's harder than that. Sometimes insane. I mean, the Jung race Alex did... Was it Alex? I think it was Alex did close to 10 for Uber Elder, right? But it's 3 bosses. They probably have a decently difficult spawn condition, maybe. I think 16 to 20. Yeah, I could see that. It depends how much people want to like stall fighting the bosses and how much the new mechanics are going to like PK some people. Because like we haven't seen, we don't know their mechanics, right? Am I going to make a detailed guide? Yep. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna basically right now we're working on the cast on crit setup for the E-Blade. We're gonna do a cast on crit setup, a self-cast setup, and we already have the mine setup. Eye of Winter is basically close to the same damage as Hex Blast. And Ball Lightning is a bit less, but really cool quality life for mapping. So we got options. I hope that's just GG goading people into a week-long race. If it just turns out the bosses are actually uber difficulty. I mean, I'd rather them be harder. You know, just because it's fun to have new difficult stuff. But, I don't know, the way they talked about it sounded like regular Pinnacle difficulty. If they show up and those things are harder than Ubers, that'd be pretty cool. But I don't think they're doing that. That isn't happening? Yeah, I think that's full cope. Is leveling Firestorm still correct? Yeah, leveling Firestorm's good. Leveling Firestorm is it's a tried and true. Can't go wrong there. I am going to do I'm going to be trying to set up a test setup for early maps in case Sanctum is giga murdered. Like if Sanctum's murdered enough that the build has to start with maps, we're going to set up a mapping angle. Take a look at Jung's POB. Sure, we'll take a look at it. Jung's POB. You doing Hions? 188 million. Yo, what the hell? With a Hions? I think Jung's high on something. 100 guys, do you guys think is this number real? Or is he coping on his POB configs? Is he coping on his POB configs? Check the notes. That's the real number. He has 2,300% more damage in the configs. All right, we'll look at the configs. You said it's in the notes of the POV. Jung baiting people? Classy stuff. Okay. So let's get out of this guy's hideout. Let's take a little look-see here. Let's take a little look-see here. Is there a way to pop out of this box? Dude, I don't freaking do POB enough to know if I can make this larger. That's actually just scroll this. Okay. Perquil's toe. Okay, so he's got the companion. He's got the 200 LA res, so he doesn't have to have res on gear. Cool. Drag from the bottom corner. I thought I tried that. Yeah, drag from bottom corner doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, that works. All right, cool. Use average damage as the calc clone. 2,300% more blade flurry damage. 500% more blade flurry damage. 12% more blade flurry damage. That 12% isn't doing anything. That 12% is doing a lot. It's 12% more. Okay, we're well, okay, he has reasoning behind this, right? You said it was in the notes section. So easy to actually do DPS calc, config calcs, account for blade flurry buffs. Assuming attack speed high enough, only look at the average damage. Average damage total damage is dealt each time general's cries used. It's just the BF stages. Blade flurry. 20% more per each stage. I don't freaking know, man. I don't play Blade Flurry, guys. What is it? What is it when you take this out, though? Just out of curiosity. Damage goes down quite a bit. But we're assuming POB does not correctly give you Blade Flurry damage, right? Did he do some like in-game testing? Did he do like some gameplay? Does it actually look like he's dealing good damage? He did a run? Okay, when you say he did a run, did he do the campaign or did he actually like go to like Exarch and Eater? Do we have like is there an Exarch Eater example? Two stone? He did a 2-stone? I would want to look at see what the DPS looks like on Exarch and Eater. If it looks good in like campaign, that tells us nothing because campaign monsters have no HP. Gen Cry, Blade Flurry, that part's a solved equation. Yeah, we know Gen Cry Blade Flurry is good. I saw him doing axe. Does anyone did he do 2-stone? Because that's what I would want to see is what the character looks like on like Exarch and Eater. Campaign, it's like anything can look good killing campaign monsters just based on if you got like a good item during the run. Just did axe. One-shotting bosses with GC. I mean, hopefully people will convince him to do like a 2-stone run so we can actually see what it looks like on that sort of stuff. He destroyed Calm in 1 second with a level 18 weapon, I think. He's gonna be away. Oh, is he doing stuff? I mean, GC Blade Flurry is good. Well, I guess we'll see if he does it for the run. That'd be fun to watch. I don't know if it's this good. I have no freaking clue though. I haven't played GC Gen Cry. Like when I did Gen Cry, I did a Gen Cry thing. I knew GC was good, but I intentionally just did what's the spinny Blade Storm? I think I did Blade Storm with it just because it was just to do something that wasn't GC because at the time GC was pretty popular. Self-cast Desecrate? Casting Desecrate once when you're next to the boss is not a big deal. You only need the corpse there and it doesn't get consumed with Gen Cry. That's not like, who freaking cares? That's like you're like, the boss is having like dialogue. You can cast it on the ground. That's not a big deal. Is your Hex Blast viable for next league? Did anything change? Yes, it's viable. The main skill changed. You're no longer running Hex Blast. Hex Blast got nerfed. And, oh, what's it called? We're gonna use Eye of Winter, which is similar damage to Hex Blast, or you can do Ball Lightning of Orbiting, which is lower damage, but cooler clear. This is a clip of Calm. Let's see it. Econk is just like, it's good for the campaign. I don't think I feel like Econk doesn't have scaling though. I feel like after campaign you're screwed. You can do this on most Berserker builds. Yeah, I don't think this is like anything too crazy. Granted, you guys are saying his weapons from like Act 2 or whatever. Somebody said he one-shot him? Why are we lying? Yeah. Dude, I don't know, man. I guess we'll see if he logs in. I want to see this on a 2-stone run. I want to see the 2-stone run. I'm not necessarily a believer. I think Gencry Blade Flurry is good, but I don't think it's 200 million DPS with the high end's good. Can you give me feedback on my glass cannon starter? Crit, tornado shot, mine, Deadeye. I mean, Deadeye Mines is pretty solid. You're gonna be a bit squishy, but you have suppress and evade, right? It'll be mostly fine. Just kill enemies before they kill you. All right. I'm gonna get sorry, but I'm gonna stop getting distracted. We're doing the cast on crit setup, guys. I can't keep getting distracted. We need to do the cast on crit setup. This is of the utmost importance. I finish this before I get distracted again. Because cast on crit is a really good time. I think cast on crit is going to be better than the other two setups. I don't know if that's actually going to be true, but I feel like it is. I feel like cast on crit is so freaking free with Inquis. Topaz Flask. So if we have one that's like not bricked. Okay, they're all kind of bricked. Sapphire Flask. We're just a distraction. I'm not saying that, Void. I just want to get this done. There's only so many days till the league start, and I want to get this done. I only have so much time to finish updating this guide. I might be getting baited into doing Frostlink of Wintry Blast mines. I was not enthused about my test I ran, but I think a large part of that was my only source of chill was skitterbots. I feel like that's probably not right. How do you get flask uptime in Inquis? Let me introduce you to a little thing called Bala, also known as the Trader Keystone. One of the single strongest keystones in the game. Also known as I'm broke and can't afford a mage blood. Very classy. Very classy. When in doubt, you don't have a mage blood, click Balbala. It's that easy. It's the poor man's mage blood. And it's a good time. Emphasis on poor. Yeah, well, one costs 1 divine and one costs 200. Is cast on crit viable with new Sabo nodes? It's probably viable with Sabo nodes, but at the same time, I think Inquis is just better. And it's partly due to Righteous Providence is insane, and it's also partly due to Energy Blade is insane. Like, the baseline scaling of this character is just kind of silly. It's very, very strong for the gear cost. How's a keystone work? Depending on how many empty flask slots you have, you get flash charge generation. So, at baseline, with no flask investment, If you have 2 empty slots, you can sustain coruscating and 2 other flasks. If, it's a big if you invest a little bit into some flask stuff, you can go to 4 flasks. Why only 3 flasks? Yeah. Maybe I can buy the dragon card. I don't like dealing with trade. It's a miracle. It's a straight up miracle. All right, cool. Do I just showcase a Bismuth Quicksilver? I'm gonna showcase Bismuth Quicksilver to give variety. I'm gonna showcase Bismuth Quicksilver to give variety. Because we already showcased just the triple max res angle. We already showcased that with the mine setup. So we can do this to showcase the variation. Lance, I have a tri-stacker on sellers. If you want any gems or gear off of it, Jordan. Nah, it's all good. I'm doing just fine. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. All right. Kinda need to hit... I need to hit all res, don't I? Yeah, I need all res. All res, then we'll need like a cold res crafter too, and we should be good to go. Take away the opportunity to stall, Lance would never. I'm not stalling, guys. You think I like it when I message some guy on trade, and then he doesn't respond, and then I have to message some other guy on trade? You think I enjoy that? You think I say yippee? I'm so glad I get to message another guy and waste more time. You love it? No, I freaking don't. It's so annoying. You've enjoyed that for years. You guys are cooked. Absolutely cooked. Mark said keep making it worse and improvements will come or something. I don't know if that's... You know, at the same time, I did kind of hear that a little bit. I did hear that a little bit actually when he was talking about having to deal with PoE2 trade and not liking it. Did they confirm? I think I had to like... I had to pee or something. I think I missed it. Did they confirm that they're going to try to do an auction house in the Q&A? Did they say, yes, that's on the agenda. We're going to make the PoE2 players beta test it? Pseudo confirmed? Okay, now we're talking. Make the PoE2 players beta test it. Finally, the shoe's on the other foot. It's about time they're the beta testers. We've been doing this for too long. You know, I could just buy this flask on trade for like 10 chaos, probably. Why am I rolling this? Wait, I know, because I don't want to deal with trade, that's why. Just trade's the worst! There we go. That's so hard. I like I have a billion of those flasks. Well, I have one too now. How do you make Ghostwraith in maps? I said this earlier. We're gonna work on it's gonna be a non-Ghostwraith setup. We're gonna work on a map ready version of E-Blade. That'll be later though. We're first things first. First we're assembling the self-cast on crit setup. Then after that, we are we're gonna work at the finished campaign. What should the tree look like angle? The old res fixer, yep. We still are down a bit on res.
What have you got for me?
Overcapped on lightning. It's because I have this one ring that has no implicit. Ah, crickets! No! Make it stop! Looking hot today? Thanks, man. Appreciate you. What build did you use before getting to the point of going E-Blade? You can just level as like Armageddon brand, regular Inquisitor caster. You got options. It's not really that... Not gonna be that hard to do, just like a basic caster, I'd say. I do have to do CDR, don't I? CDR is red, isn't it? I hope it's red. This is gonna be real awkward. I think it's blue. Is it actually? How sure are you? You might be right. It is blue. Hold on, I need to get rid of this implicit so there's just one. So we only, oh, yep, you're right. It is blue. Okay. We'll spend 200 and then we'll try blue. I would have. It's a good thing you guys said, you got more than one person said it was blue. I was about to do like 200 red. And we have to change to a rare belt. You know what we could do? We'll just do a rare Elder Belt, probably. 1 mirror? How is this guy's? That's like a 20D recom belt. It's not even defined properly. This league's gone on for too long, guys. I've seen enough. This league has gone on for too long. Not even standard. Nope. Recoms exist. Sanctum will be nerfed heavily. Okay, relax. No one said nerfed heavily. Okay, no one said nerfed heavily. Let's not throw around the heavily word. Dev said he didn't say heavily. He did not say heavily. I'm gonna need proof. He did not say heavily. I prefer the word balanced. It's gonna get sealed team 6th? No, it's not. I'm straight up killing Sanctum Mark. He didn't say that, guys. He did not say that. He was like, we might give it different loot in the future so it's not just raw currency. I may or may not nerf it this league. We'll let you know. That's pretty much what he said. He didn't say, oh, Sanctum, more like destroyed. I'm going to decimate the currency. He didn't say that, okay? I'll make it worse than Blight? No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't dare! Didn't he say he wanted to have its own mechanic instead of just raw currency? Yes, exactly. But he said that's not a change they can make right now. He was like, I want it to have its own thing. Maybe for right now, we'll just reduce it a little bit. You know, like just tiny little, like maybe, you know, instead of 12 chaos, it'll be, you know, 11 chaos, you know? Just tiny little nerf. Okay, so now I can craft cooldown, right? Cool. That gives you 14 CDR. Sure. Basic 2-mod belts. I'm slightly off on my res, which means we need to get a ring which has res. That's good. This ring is sufficiently potato. ASA won? That's what you're saying? That's not what I'm saying. ASA didn't even come close to winning, by the way. ASA literally lost. ASA was also founded on a lie, guys. It was founded on a lie. The leaders of the ASA were doing the most degenerate Sanctum running possible. They turned Sanctum running into a group activity. Okay, don't kid yourselves. Alright, I think our gear is mostly correct now. Res is fine. Good to go. Alright, time for the next step, which is figuring out our reservations and getting Energy Blade done. Why not in quiz? I haven't respec'd the Ascendancy yet, that's why. I haven't respec'd the Ascendancy. We're going to be doing that shortly, though. That is on the agenda of things to do. Right now, I'm trying to get a functioning character. That's step one. The multi-step plan. Is this standard? No, it's Settlers Economy. This character is in Settlers League. Originally, this was a Guardian Righteous Fire build I made in Necro Settlers, but it got transferred over and we're just reusing it for the Cast and Crit setup. Do you like the patch notes? Do you think it wasn't enough? I'm actually pretty happy with the patch notes. They could have nerfed a couple more things, but overall, they nerfed way more than I thought they would. Like, I didn't think they were going to get Splitting Steel, and they did. I didn't think they were going to get Hex Blast, and they did. So I'm pretty happy. They nerfed quite a few things that were going to limit the meta from changing. So that's definitely nice. Slams could have been nerfed, but I think they were kind of didn't really want to nerf them because they just buffed them. I'm not surprised at all with Hex Blast. I am. I've been thinking Hex Blast deserved a nerf for 5 leagues, so... to me, it started to feel like Hex Blast was untouchable or something. To me, it seemed like they just kept not nerfing it. That's the impression I was getting. I wanted hyped to be my own Orobot with the Guardian work. Hopefully it turns out well. That's a first degree murder? Yep. Yeah, Hex Blast, holy. We're not gonna see that one for a while. We are not gonna see that one for a while. It got destroyed. Flush and Stone will probably keep. Guess I don't have a Grace leveled. Let's go get a Grace. Does Bear Trap enemies take 25% more damage from traps and mines work with high impact mines? I would think so, but also I would never throw a Bear Trap in the build. The time it takes you to throw the Bear Trap, I mean, I don't know. I usually feel like it's not, like, doesn't feel like it's worth it. Would I like this? No. I'm trying to keep the stuff budget. If I put on a Awaken Orb belt, it makes the gear more expensive. So that's why we're just doing the one influence belt with a benchcraft. Should you use fossils to get a socket in the weapon? You don't use fossils. You buy a weapon that has a abyssal socket already, already there. So basically, there will be people who click this node. Sorry, not this node. This node. Nope, not that node. This node? No, this node? Yeah, this node. People click this node, and they just drop random weapons that have an abyssal socket. It doesn't matter what base type it is. It just needs to be a one-handed weapon. And then you buy this item off trade for like 10 to 20 C. It's one of them for sure. Listen, I found it eventually, okay? I had to go through like a few. Listen, I knew it was an abyss one. That's all that mattered. I knew it was an abyss one. All I had to do was just a little bit of investigation. It's on the tree for sure. Yep, we found it eventually. Okay, Flesh and Stone we want. We also want Tempest. Tempest Shield, Flesh and Stone. How do I want to run the reservations? If I want to run... How can I make that fit in a way that's not, like, awkward? Base and lines. It's either enlighten or it's like a little bit of reservation efficiency somewhere. I think it has to be reservation mastery. We'll do discipline this time. We'll do discipline in these nodes. This allows us to go discipline, Arctic armor. His memory just isn't the same anymore. Oh, relax. My memory's fine, okay? My memory is fine. Just relax. Everything's gonna be okay. Alright, let's see. Does this work out like I think it does? Is my math not completely cooked? Yeah, fantastic, honestly. Super fantastic. Okay, and that means I can run... Probably gonna do a Vitality Precision. 500... No Golemancer? We're doing a Golemancer. I'm just updating my Energy Blade guide. Start there with Vitality, and then we'll see if we need Precision. Probably should do precision for the extra reservation, though.
Monk!
I need a monk!
Can you fit a bone storm in the build?
Can I fit Bone Storm into the build? No, thank goodness. Thank goodness that's not a skill in this game. Alright, we're already looking pretty good at ES-wise. What are the Sanctum nerfs? We don't know yet. They're gonna tell us. We're waiting on information. We do not know yet. E-Blade animation? Yeah, it's looking good. Find somebody who responds. Just gotta message enough people. One of them will respond. We got one. Took a bit, but we got one. Am I happy the ASA won? Sure. I think it's, they're just gonna have to buff it, because then, like, no one's gonna play Sanctum if they make it really bad on League Start. So we'll see. End result is, we're gonna get, some changes to later... Basically, okay, let's put it this way. They're gonna rework Sanctum's reward system, which could mean a lot of things, but I think more than likely, a lot of times that's usually a good thing. Like, a good example is, what they did to Betrayal. Betrayal changes look pretty dang good to me, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it could just, they could give him some specific Sanctum specific currency that isn't valuable at all. You know, could go both ways. Could go both ways. Did it skip RuneScape? All right. So I think we got our auras mostly correct. I'm gonna go grab precision. We do need a little bit more reservation. Clicked off Titanfall? Don't worry about it. It's fine, trust, it's fine. How much is this reserve? 195? That should be fine. Should get us right where we want to be. We can control click that craft next league. Dude, thank goodness for that one dude's Reddit post. He was right. He was right. Hidakoro Locks and Sanctum are going to be pretty pog. Imagine. Imagine. Memory thread will work with Harvest. They said it doesn't currently, but they're looking into making that be the case. Mark sounded like he wanted to make that be the case, but they were like, sounded like they were unsure balance-wise. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's nice. 11k with E-Blade on. With this level of potato gear... Okay, we need to give up a couple passives. I need to give up 3 passives. We need to make this like a level 95 character. Are Voidstones still Eater, Exarch, etc.? Are Voidstones still Eater, Exarch? I think so. I don't think they changed Voidstones as far as we know. Does it matter for Cyclopean Coil? Oh, I'm not wearing Cyclopean anymore. So yeah, we can just give that up. Surprised they didn't have a new Pinnacle boss, but considering there's 3 of them. My guess is those 3 bosses they added. Next league, we'll have a fragment that they'll give us a boss behind those. Mark was talking about continuing the storyline and stuff, right? Seemed like that would go hand in hand. Out of Morgan's? No, I have more. I just don't want to swap to a character to do it. We're gonna need to swap gems in and out if we try different skills. Which means I probably need to do Blanc. Just so we can swap skills. Can I use a red skill gem? I don't think I can use red. Right, we are going to use cast on crit. That'll work. Eldritch modifiers really are noticeably stronger than influence. It'll be good to see removed or brought in line. We don't really know what they're doing, right? Level 16 cast on crit. Close enough. Your RF video is only 1 hour and 15 minutes? Pathetic? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean, pathetic? I put some good effort into that, man. Put some good effort in time. My Zenith video is going to be 116? Do you actually have a Zenith 116 video? What's a man league starting? I'm going to probably do Elementalist, Peacock of Bouncing. Right now, we're working on updating the Energy Blade guide. I want to showcase cast on crit versus mines versus self-cast. 45 minutes is crafts, though? Dang. You really just did 1 more minute to one-up me? Yo, what the hell? What skill do we want to trigger, guys? I kind of want to showcase a Blade Fall. Can we do regular Cascade with Blade Fall? Of course, I don't have Spellblade support. Awaken Spell Cascade so much better. I know, but it's gonna be too expensive. Of course, I don't have Spellblade support. Bladefall volley is Giga? Is it though? I feel like I tested Bladefall volley and it was kind of bad. Six volleys, more damage per volley, 20 crit chance per volley. 140 versus 100%. 5 volleys. Is volley really better than regular Bladefall? Or are you messing with me? I added a 90 seconds of post-credit scene? Oh, that's messed up. That's cheating, dude. Did you already test Bladefall and there was AoE nuking the overlaps? Unbound? I thought there was maybe something like that, but I can't remember. The AoE was crap. Are we sure? Are we sure it was Bladefall of volley? And not, oh, what's it called? The impaling one? Are we positive it was volley when I tested it? Because that is what my brain is saying, is the overlaps were bad. It was, yeah, because we did the cast on crit assassin Bladefall. And there was some weird overlapping issue. Oh, yeah, it was because like more volleys were making it worse. It was something like that. Like it was we were like losing hits because of it. Why would you test the hit one if they has the same hit profile? Because sometimes they do different stuff. Yeah, okay, so yeah, the extra volleys are cooking hits. I made a video on it. Okay, yeah. What is Greater Spell Echo? No clue. No clue. Just trying to get a guy to sell me a gem, that's all. One of these guys will respond. The Pledge of Hand staff? Greater Spell Echo? Oh, yeah, it's built into it. Alright. And then we need something like... I'm gonna buy this because I already... We don't need another one, but we'll get it, I guess. Let's go get... Crit... Oh, I have a crit gem. Surely I have a crit gem. Spell staves are in a bad state. Staves in general are in a bad state, I'd say. Okay, I have crit damage, right? I don't have Assassin's Mark? Are we sure? Are we positive? It's an assassin bow, dang it. I got the strike. Okay. My Assassin's Mark now. Yoink. Poor gem tab doesn't have anything? Yeah, man. It's friggin' limited. Okay. Do I have crit damage support? Frost shield we might use. Maybe that's gonna be worth it. The hell is this? Fire pen, spectral throw, apostate. What was I doing? All right. So we got that. This frost shield. Cooking without us? No, I think I did that. I might not have made a video on it. That was something. At some point. I don't remember what it was exactly, but it was something, right? When does Settlers end? Settlers ends probably Tuesday. Would be my guess. It never ends. Okay, yeah, I guess it is going core, right? Okay. You know, I should have gotten a bit of attack speed. I mean, it doesn't matter too much for damage uptime with Lancy Seal Sprain. It should be fine, but I should have gotten a little bit. Alright. Random gear assembled. Boots are probably a bit too good. Helmet's probably going to cost a divine. Everything else, Wrathbith's going to cost a divine. 6 Link's going to cost, 3 or 4 divines. Clusters and jewels are pretty mid. Balbala cost a divine. Like 8, 7 divines-ish. 9 divines-ish. Okay.
I watched the Mausoleum run.
I watched the Mausoleum run, like back when I was doing RF Guardian to get his shavs. We were in there a while. The juicer build for farming Ubers and Maven invites? Like, probably depends on what you're trying to do, what your goals are. This build is pretty good at Maven rotations and bosses, I think, but we'll see. We're gonna have to test some stuff. Oh, I need to get Bladefall without the quality. Yep. Yep. Is Quicksilver not permanent? No. It'll be pretty permanent when we're generating charges. We'll see about that. Okay. Cooler Energy Blade. Cooler Tempest Shield. Bladefall, we're gonna make red. Let's go do lab. Let's go get Guardian. Or not Guardian.
The goddess is watching.
Let's go get Inquisitor. What's our crit chance without Inquisitor? It's like non-existent. This is fine. You deal enough damage with just Lancy Seal Sprain. It's normal lab. When you PB, what's the baseline DPS EHP max hit you're looking for? I never make a build with POB where I try to figure out those sorts of numbers ahead of time. POB I strictly use just for mapping out my tree, and then I send it. That being said, there are certain numbers that are kind of like minimum levels you probably want to be around, or else you're gonna have a bad time. And for those, I would say it's max hits and DPS. EHP is a non-factor. So for example, like if I want to do T16 maps and not have a bad time, the max hit probably needs to be at least like 10k for T16s to not be randomly dying to fizz. But that includes also having like some level of avoidance.
Only one of us was completed ascendant.
LA max hits maybe like 30k is fine for T16s. Chaos max hit needs to be like maybe a little bit higher than Fizz. Maybe half of LE. Evasion entry base? Dude, entry base is so freaking strong. Evasion is good. I want to survive Fizz Slams and not die to Chaos Dots. Then you need Chaos Res Cap. And you need like a 10k Fizz max hit for most bosses. The top of the line Fizz hit for a boss that you're going to run into in a normal scenario outside of like Giga Chad map mods is Uber Shaper, which is about a 20k Fizz hit. So if you're above that, there's basically not really any Fizz hits that are one-shotting you for the most part. Been a while since I've played a build that could even take a suppress node. Pretty good feeling, right? Not being bound to the suppress addiction. Alright. Inquisitor time.
Yet God has provided us with all the tools necessary.
We arrive close to 1,000, but not quite. Alright, tell me our accuracy looks a little bit better, or our crit chance looks a little bit better now that we have 1,000% crit chance. That is much better. And we have Assassin's Mark. And we have... yeah, we're chilling. We should be chilling. All right, we should be about crit cap with this setup. I think we're in a good situation here. Let's see if we brick our... there's something I'm forgetting about. I guess we're doing Eater test for the cast on crit. Eater test it is. We're gonna find out real quick if our character's cooked. I'm gonna go E-Blade so I tried all the new gems with the mercs. That's a good angle. Super generically strong, so you can kind of do whatever you want. Playful damage is okay, not great though. Is this cast a crit test? Yep. Is this a ZDPS test? Whoa, what the hell? Maybe ZDPS. This isn't ZDPS. Alright, Blakefall was okay. Let's do Eye of Winter comparison. This was with Cascade. Let's do the Eye of Winter comparison. Can you leech off Bladefall? Yep. This tree has spell leech. Wait, what? I didn't grab the spell leech? Alright. There we go. Cut the ES mastery. We could cut the ES masteries. Let's start here for now. Let's start here for now. All right. Can I go with a high level skill? I think I can, right? Ooh, what support am I doing? Because we're not doing high impact mines. You don't have PA allocated? What do you mean by PA? You have to be more specific. I don't have pain attunement? That's fine. It was only the most important passive point in the entire tree. It's fine. That's just, you know, sometimes you just skip that one. Sometimes you just skip the old pain attunement click. It's fine. Am I gonna have to pay more to get one that isn't level 21? Alright, fine, we're getting the level 21 one. Scammed Bladefall? Yeah, we slightly scammed Bladefall. I think for Bladefall, I should also test a low level cascade. To be fair, regardless, I think. Oh, this one had NKOE. You don't really want NKOE. Bladefall kind of gets scammed without awakened AoE. Awakened AoE makes Bladefall like way better. We'll do that next maybe. I have an awakened cascade. I do have awakened cascade. You showcase that just as a variation. Why aren't you using pain attunement? I just forgot to click it. We just set up the character, guys. We just set it up. We just set it up. Alright. Let's rerun Bladefall with non-leveled Cascade, and we'll do Awakened Cascade and compare. Okay. I'm gonna need another support gem to use. Eye of Winter. Maybe that one is just gonna be hypothermia. I like the Pirate CCNG. Yeah, it's not bad. You know what I maybe should do with Bladefall is Conk Effect too. I like really want to like make the AoE less, right? Oh, I don't know if that's even true. So look, it's damage. Yeah, the damage is better with pain attunement. I want to compare to Awaken Cascade after this. Cascade. That's the overlaps again. I think it was. I don't know if conk mattered. I know the additional volley mattered. Yeah, Awaken Cascade's definitely better. Awaken Cascade's so good. That's significantly better? Oh, it's so much better. Alright, anyways. I have Winter Test. Way more expensive? Depends if it's in the meta. Cascade's been not in the meta at all this league, and you could get it for a couple divines this league. Woke Cascade's not bad? No, Woke Cascade's very good for Bladefall. It takes Bladefall from like a mid skill to like a very good skill. Hypothermia. I'm actually paying a divine for hypothermia. Well, Bladefall totems? I wouldn't know anything about totems, okay? I'm not the totem guy. I don't know why ChatGPT thought I was. Lies, I'm not lying. I'm not lying, okay? Conk effect. Alright, hypothermia. Let's do the Eye of Winter Test, guys. The Eye of Winter Test. Turns out Eye of Winter is good. I'm gonna go through and test a bunch of cast on crit skills and then just come to the same conclusion that Eye of Winter is just better than the other options. It's gonna be that again. I'm thinking Eye of Winter's just better. It's Eye of Winter's built different, man. Eye of Winter's built different. Return Proj work on Eye of Winter? Return Proj technically yes, but also no. For Return Proj to work, you need really like high Proj speed. Otherwise the projectiles won't return. It's gonna be the same. Yeah, we might be looking at a similar situation. Let's try Firestorm. Firestorm's a good time, right? Check Sora's file, guys. I don't think that's a good idea. Looks good for 10k, yes. Well, I mean, this is like potato gear, right? This character scales like so incredibly hard with good gear. What are we cooking? We're working on the cast and crit setup for the E-Blade. Basically, I want to be able to say, hey guys, if you want to play E-Blade, here's a good way to do mines. Here's a good way to do cast on crit. Here's a good way to do self-cast. Because, you know, some people like cast on crit. Some people like self-cast. Some people like mines. You know, give them the variety package. And we're testing some other skills right now to give a good idea of what's some of the best ones to use. Solar End looks good. Do you guys really want me to do the Solar End thing? Do we have to do Solar End of the Spiral? Give me 6 hours to cut down a tree and I'll spend 4 hours gooning. Abraham Lincoln probably. No, don't say that about Abe, okay? I don't want it. Some people like splitting steel. Yeah, well, guess what, buddy? It's gone!
2 years Monka.
My axe.
Alright, Firestorm. Obviously, we have to add aesthetics for Firestorm test. 25% more damage? Yep. Self-cast got the 25% more damage option. Firestorm's looking pretty good too, honestly.
Energize the spheres.
Might be close to comparable with Eye of Winter. I think that's kind of comparable or close to it. Firestorm and Pelting. I don't think that works with cast on crit. We cast too fast. Because you have a max limit on Pelting. Lightning Conduit of the Heavens. Will I even be able to see Lightning Conduit of the Heavens? Meteor's buff. I don't know with the buff if Meteor is better than regular Firestorm. Firestorm, base Firestorm's already good. Solar and Spiral would look much better with cast on crit since you can control where the projectiles go, unlike mines. Why am I letting you guys make me do this? It's not. Solar and Spiral's just bad, guys. It's just not good. Why am I doing this? I was doing leveling runs, but watching you test skills is much more fun. Hey. I mean, you can only do so many leveling runs before you need a break, you know what I mean? 10 months ago, listen, one of these guys will sell it to me. 8 months ago, it's about to make a sale, buddy. About to make a sale. Why do I feel like most people online that I'm messaging are probably just like testing things too? And they're like, oh, somebody finally messaged me about buying this thing. Like, dang it, I didn't know I still had that listed. Do Soul Run of Reaping? I'm down to do Soul Run of Reaping. Because Soul Run of Reaping actually does, like, damage. Yeah, it does 400%. Filter by listed time. 2 days ago. Some of these listing times are a little bit sketch. The problem with Reap is there's no built-in piers. I mean, we could just run piers. Our last link is kind of in no man's land. I can't think of any good links for it anyways. Unless anyone else has some good links. Like right now I'm swapping in Hypothermia. Conk Effect, you know. Our last link's already bad. Ooh, we could do Awakened Fork. Ooh. Ooh, what about Awakened Fork, guys? Instead of Pierce. Take this very cheap gem that everyone has access to, or the Giga Rare level 6 Awakened Fork. Thoughts? Is this decent at mapping? Yeah, this build should be pretty good at mapping. Right now we're just doing DPS testing, and then we'll do maps after. Well, it's like a laser gun. I mean, it's okay for single target here. Firestorm's better than that. Eye of Winter's definitely better. The third best. Maybe similar. Is it better than Bladefall was? Probably better than normal Bladefall, worse than, worse than the Cascade one. Wrong Soul Rend? Okay, I'll go do I really ID this? I really should. Why am I dropping this many Forbidden Jewels? I'm definitely above rate. War of Attrition. Oh, thank goodness. No one wants to wait a freaking 2 hours to fight the boss. That's worthless. We are starting, the RNG's going in the correct direction now. Okay. So we'll do Soul Rend of the Spiral, and we'll do Return Proj with it. Thoughts? The Giga Clear Speed angle, but bricked damage. I know of one buyer on hardcore. Oh no. So we're in the Spiral. You want Fork and Return. I don't have that many links. I can do either. I could either do Return or I could do Fork. Are you just trying to convince me to just do the most, like, visually cancerous thing possible?
Yes.
I feel like this is a trap.
Be careful.
It's good damage, but it might crash the game. I don't know. The damage when we were trying it earlier seemed like super delayed. But also, like, the mines weren't necessarily optimized placements, right? No Nimbus? This is like a freaking 8D character. You think we'd have Nimbus right now? You're crazy. Good hideout is a good hideout. Soul Rend, Return Proj. It's cost 194 life? What's the base cost of this thing? 64 mana? What the hell is that? What? Now, let me get a lower level of freaking vitality for this one. Let me get a lower level of vitality for this one. Why is it so expensive?
Be well.
The other reason Void wanted me to do this because of the bricked cost. Freaking Void, man. I mean, I would need proj speed for this, I think, because that delay is like really cooked. Like how long it takes to return. If the boss stands still, yeah, if the boss stands still and we get the shotgun. Casual ramp up. I mean, it is better than I was expecting. Definitely better than the mines. Probably one of the best mapping options. Oh, mapping for sure. It's fantastic. Is there a way I can test the fork option? Let me check the... I'll test Awakened Fork. Just because I'm curious about this fork thing. We're losing crit damage. Because I'm curious now. That was pretty decent. I don't know if the fork's much different than crit. It was either fork or fury valve. Let's try sniper's mark. Because if it's a split thing, then we could do sniper's mark. Let's try sniper's mark. Because that could be unironically the answer. If it's fury valve, then it's a split thing. Kind of. Well, not entirely. Split thing. Different. The thing is, this only gives one split without having, like, some mark effect somewhere. Were we great for map clearing though? It'd be so unnecessary. You're already hitting everything on screen. You don't play ads, right? On YouTube you won't get ads. On Twitch you will get ads. Twitch has like a minimum set amount of ads that run. Oh wait. I didn't want to die to the thing, man. Stupid drowning orbs. Reading my test. I don't know. I can't. I think crit might. I think snipers might just be better than that. I can't tell too much of a difference. Maybe if we had a little bit of mark effect to get us to the break point where we get the two splits. Look like more DPS. Yeah, I think Cyber's marks the play. Okay. I think if you had more crit multi from Jules. Well, this is a budget setup. We're doing budget gear. Prod speed would feel good. That is true. Prod speed would feel pretty good. Ice Spear splitting now. All right, we'll do it. Does Ice Spear splitting need Pierce or anything? This is clip demonstration potential. This is no gear on my passive tree. All right, I'll look. Hold on. No gear on my... Why say no gear on your passive tree when you're... you're wearing a page fluff it down. Where are the frames? Oh, that looks... I mean, if you're killing things, then you maybe don't have the lag. This skin is significantly laggier. Okay, whoa. Why are your projectiles returning so fast? Because my projectiles they freaking go to like Jupiter. Why are yours freaking turning around like freaking 2 inches away?
GG.
Walls? There's no walls. It's like really close to him. They're not hitting anything. You're doing Arcanist brand? Oh, I mean that's an entirely different situation. We don't have Arcanist brand stuff here. Arcanist brand is like how you get away with Eye of Winter returns, right? Do we do return on the Ice Spear of Splitting? $5,000 bits? Wait, what? Somebody... What the hell? Dude, I didn't even hear that. Yo, MF Doom, thanks for the 5,000 bits. That's insane, man. Appreciate you, dude. That's probably the biggest bit donation I've ever gotten. And I didn't even know until GOG was like, hey, man, did you see that? I'm so sorry. Thank you. Basically increase the proj duration on Eye of Winter. Reaches the back of the brand, yeah. Need like some proj speed or whatever to go with it. Bad streamer. Would Awaken Cascade work with Firestorm? Awaken Cascade, you could use it on Firestorm. From my experience, Firestorm does not get good overlapping hits with Awaken Cascade. Bladefall does. Firestorm doesn't feel like it does. At least that's when I've tested it in the past. That's how I felt about it. So Ice Spear Splitting seems decent. And this one's probably really good clear. It looks good, but it's not purple. That's true. That's true. It's not purple. Have I tried Blazing Salvo? We could try Blazing Salvo. If I purchase a private league for my friend group and base it on trade, I will be able to trade with them, but it's only us, right? Doesn't connect with regular trade? Correct. If you do a private league and your friends are in the private league, you guys will only be able to trade with each other. You will not be able to trade with the regular trade league. What people commonly refer to as a little group SSF league, where it's just you and your homies. One of the main contenders, I think Eye of Winter was the highest damage so far. Firestorm was maybe similar. Honestly, Soul Run and Spiral seems... Soul Run and Spiral and Ice Spear Splitting both seemed pretty solid, to be honest. Do you think I don't want Conk Effect with Blazing Salvo, do I? Will the mercs be strong enough? We don't know. I mean, we had the video of Ziggy saying he thought they were strong, you know, in the Q&A, but whether or not that means they're actually strong, I have no idea. Return with Salvo is strong? Salvo can return? You messing with me? Try Sniper's Mark with it then. I thought salvo projectiles just got destroyed and like impacting the ground.
This is not a battle you can win.
Interesting. Okay. Salvo might be pretty good then. Let's try. Man. Okay, I really need to get like just a little bit of mark effect. If I could just get a little bit of mark effect, we could properly test Sniper's Mark, you know? Oh, I don't have my Astramentus anointed. All right. let's just do this because that'll get us mark effect to test with trolling redo. So I maybe didn't click pain attunement. I mean, it's only 30% more damage. Maybe I didn't anoint my amulet. It's fine. Bladefall double scammed? Yeah. Oh, Indigo, okay. Let's start here. Turn on this stuff. Got good vitality. Did Eye of Winter do that much damage? I think we fixed it for Eye of Winter, right? Triggerbots double dip on brand recall? Yeah. The Sabo stuff. Are you playing mirror tier build? This isn't mirror tier. This is like 7 or 8 divines of gear. Relax. Okay. So keep Sniper's Mark on, and let's go test a few more skills that did not get Sniper's Mark proper tested. Salvo looking pretty pog. Salvo does seem legit. Let's go do. We gotta go back and test a few more things that we had return proj with. Spear splitting, I think we need to retest. If you do Snake Pit on Salvo, prevents projectiles from going through enemies mid-fight and makes them fork and return. We could test Snake Pit. I just have to give up this ring. Let's do it. Let's do a Snake Pit test real quick. Void Tech? Yeah. I haven't done that much testing with Blazing Salvo, so I mean, Void knew about the return Blazing Salvo. I didn't realize a Blazing Salvo could return. I always thought it just got destroyed on impact. I thought it was one of those. The entire build is the 6-link. Yeah, pretty much. Basically, it's gonna cost you about 3 to 4 divines, maybe 4 to 5 with the enchant, and then 1D helmet. Our boots are probably too good. 1D Wrathpith, 1D Balbala, a bunch of like mediocre 3-stat jewels for like 20, 30C each, 15C, 10C if you buy on day one. It's a large cluster. It's just a veteran defender. Pay him a div? No, I don't think I will. Alright. This'll work. This will work. I think, maybe. Alright, let's try Blazing Salvo again. With Snake Pit. It's generally one of the best experiences clear you'll have. Well, I'm down to try. Was that better than before we did Snake Pit? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know either. Similar? Seems samey. We're definitely losing tank to do it, right? Especially when you start considering a good rare ring and not just a, you know, piece of garbage like this. Run a map. We could do a map with it, but I wanna give some of these other skills a more proper test now that we have Mark Effect Anoint. He's totally not reading. I literally just read your message. How dare you?
This is not you can win.
Try Eye of Winter? Yes. We can do it again to showcase it. So far, I think that's the best damage we had. Ooh, High on Fury, hold on. 200 million DPS build. Don't mind me. Here, we'll show Eye of Winter for those of you who missed it earlier. Eye of Winter, we did Hypo. Ice Weirdos do more damage? I don't think it does, but... I think Eye of Winter's the best so far for DPS. Yeah, nah, I still think it's Eye of Winter, guys. These tests are gonna get Eye of Winter nerfed? Nah, it's fine, it's fine. Eye of Winter's downside is it's not as good in maps. The thing is, I feel like Eye of Winter is pretty good in maps. No skip phase on Mirror. This isn't Mirror Gear! What are you talking about? Wrong mark. We were trying Sniper's Mark that time. We try Assassin's Mark again. Is Eye of Winter Snakebook good clear? I think Eye of Winter's already good clear anyways. Did Eye of Winter get nerfed? Maybe, but it's still good. It's like 5 to 10D? Yeah, roughly. I mean, like, realistically... Okay, guys, you know how to cut the build cost in half? This is how you cut the build cost in half. You say, I'm gonna play on a 5 link. Because that's realistically about half of the investment on this character is played on a 6 link.
Energize the spheres.
Is this Uber Eater? No, this is normal Eater. If this was Uber Eater, that'd be so freaking stupid. So, if we want to cut the cost, you can just take off one of the links. Can I play without Wrathpith? You would just be making your character like way worse. You can. I think late game, potentially, +2 support gem shield can beat Wrathpith. Maybe. Wrathpith is dirt cheap though, is the thing. Lost so much crit. Wrathpith doesn't, we're crit capped without Wrathpith crit, I'm pretty sure. Where do I check those skills? Yeah. 93 crit chance before... No, wait. No, okay. If we were doing Assassin's Mark... No, we do need the Wrathpith currently. When you get the character better and better, the crit chance from that becomes irrelevant. Right now it is relevant, though. That is fair. It is relevant right now. We see a map. Are we good on single target testing? Do we want to do a map? I think I'm gonna swap out of this though to the I don't want to go blind. Do a salvo. Okay, we'll do a salvo map for Void. Void wants to see a salvo map. We'll give him a salvo map. Return proj. Oh, I actually have maps. I don't have to just do Minotaur. I actually have some maps. This is crazy. I want to do coves. Or not coves. I want to do, do I have dunes? Yeah, I have dunes. Ah. It's magical. Dunes with breach it is. Not Legion. I have breach on somebody else, don't I? Who has my breach scarabs? You have my breach scarabs? There we are. I know I saw those recently. Just buy more from Faustus, you're not broke? Well, now I'm less broke. Now I'm less broke because I found the scarabs, okay? Do I die to fizz? No, I don't. I don't deal any fizz damage, right? Should be fine. Breach. Divine the maps? No, we're not divining the maps. Yeah, I can cast on crit more than mines. I've played mines more recently, so yeah, I'd probably rather play cast on crit if I was gonna play one or the other. Right now, cast on crit might be. I'm thinking cast on crit might just be better. So this setup, we lost suppressed, but we gained block and we gained higher ES. I think the biggest thing that would make this setup feel better is having a bit of attack speed. If we had a bit of attack speed, that would feel really chill for this setup. Which Eye of Winter are you testing? Normal. The other Eye of Winters are just kind of bad, I think. I'm pretty sure normal is just better than the other ones by a lot. Can you use Cyclone if you don't like Lancing Steel? Yes, you can use Cyclone. If you use Cyclone, you need to know the cast and crit attack speed breakpoints, and you need to spend some time making sure you set that up correctly. If you want to play Cyclone, you need to do that right. I'm not going to go over that in detail because I think Lancing Steel Sprain is just objectively stronger. Basically, just look up the cast and crit breakpoints. Off the top of my head, I think it's like 10.6 attack speed if you have 52 CDR, and like 7.2 if you have 14 CDR attacks per second. You need something like that. I don't remember exactly. It's been a while since I've done Cyclone, cast and crit. 10.1, there you go. Basically, you just need to know the 14 CDR breakpoint and the 52 CDR breakpoint, and you're chilling.
I'm no traitor. From diplomacy to touch. You've made your show of
9:27:52. What the hell are you talking about? 9:27. Did the game change? I could have sworn it was 14:52. That I'm actually like pretty confident on. I'm not confident. I wasn't confident on the attack rates. Are you sure? I could have sworn it was 14 and 52. Cat, can anyone fact check on this? Anyone doing cast on crit on a regular basis? On our way home, stayed out a little too late. All right. I'll be ending stream soon then. I'll be ready for you guys when you guys get home. It's 14:52. I haven't played in years. 14:51. Which one is it? 15:52. Somebody's got a Reddit post for evidence. $14.52. All right, 14.52 and 7.57. 10.1. There we go. I have it saved for Cyclone. There you go. Where did the 9 number come from? No clue. No clue. All right, guys, it's pretty late. My wife said just now she's going to be home soon. I will showcase. We showcase Blazing Salvo. Let's do a couple of the other skills and maps, and I think we're going to call it after that. Hopefully you guys are good with that. And then tomorrow we'll do the self-cast setup test. Is probably what it's going to be, I'm thinking. We'll showcase a couple more of these skills though. This is Monster Life and Eye of Winter. And Eye of Winter does a 5 link because it's better. Do Ice Beam on the purple thing? Yep, we'll do all of them. Late stream tomorrow. We should start closer on time. Well, okay, not necessarily. No, I think we're taking the kids to the beach, so it actually will be later. That's a good point. The reason we started so late today is because I was working on the RF guide, and it turns out when you make a video that's an hour and 15 minutes long, and you add in the time it takes to do other stuff adds up. Why does it feel like my skills just aren't activating? I think you know what's happening, actually. I think I'm getting stunned. I think I'm getting stunned because the attack speed we have is too low. I think we'll definitely want to change this a little bit and recommend a bit more attack speed. Because our animation time on this takes... It's pretty slow, attack time. I think we're getting stunned out of it, and then we're not proccing. It's all over the win. Yeah, Eye of Winter's definitely not the best for clear, but this map also was harder than the last map, right? It's got 61% more monster life, and it has gain 100% as cold. I think the gain 100%, it just means I'm getting stunned, where I wasn't getting stunned in the last map. Last map I don't think had very many, I don't know if it had a damage mod or not. Do Snake Pit for the Soul Rend. Alright. Let's do the Snake Pit Soul Rend. Soul Rend of the Spiral. Return Proj. It's about to destroy the map. I'm gonna be off the bed. Alright, Stoner, you have a good night, man. Do an eater with it because you tested fork. You just put a woke fork in without snake pit. You already test the... Oh, that's right. This is the skill where it doesn't freaking work because I have too high level of vitality. Can't even cast. Holy... This clear is actually insane. Oops, I don't need to level up the vitality. Now make them cats. I don't have the MTX, guys. I don't have the MTX, okay? I don't have the MTX. F the cats, this looks awesome. The cats are kind of a fan favorite though. Pretty much everybody loves the cats usually. Either way, I don't think I want to spend the... I'm not even going to be playing this, so I don't want to spend money on it. Because we're going to leak start Elementalist. Do the cats now? I don't want to spend the points on it, guys. It's going to cost money, okay? If you were to league start this, how would you progression the skills? Okay. Normal, given no Sanctum nerfs, I have a whole guide on how to league start and go straight into Sanctum. That being said, they are going to be nerfing Sanctum. So what we're gonna do is, number one, we need to know what they're nerfing. If they're not nerfing it that bad, Sanctum still might be the right play. But tomorrow or the day after, depending on when I get to it, I want to do a, we're gonna try to set up a way to do the character where it's actually map ready instead of optimized for Sanctum. In reference to the fact that they might be nerfing Sanctum, you know? We want to give that as like a, another option for ways to start the build. Is there like a peacock way to level then respec once you get gear? I mean, Inquisitor can play any elemental caster build pretty easily. I'd like to make a decent elemental... Part of my brain thinks it might be possible to do armor, energy shield style gear on helmet, gloves, and boots, and then do a pure ES chest piece with this mastery, along with like life mastery and stuff. I think there's some angles where you can get a pretty decent ES number for E-Blade while still being like a pretty like hybrid life style investment. So I'm going to be looking into stuff like that. Anyways, it's getting kind of late. We can do more showcasing for some other skills tomorrow, but I think I should head out for the day. Make sure I'm eater. No, dude, I'm tired, and my wife's gonna be home soon, guys. I'm tired, and my wife's gonna be home soon. So we're gonna call it. We're gonna call it here. Okay, we're gonna call it here. We'll do more testing tomorrow. Mainly, we'll do self-cast setup, and if we have time, we'll work on the angle of making a character ready to go straight into maps in case Sanctum's just bricked. So we're gonna end it there. We're gonna end it there. I'll send you guys over to, I think yesterday Ben and Fub were on and I raided Fub. So today we'll raid Ben. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. Thanks for hanging out. And I will catch you all later. Have a good night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.